The Arkane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Magic Without Tears, the Hermetic Podcast. We have a very special guest with us today, Dave, Frater Dave, the amateur magus. And before I let him get a word in edgewise, actually, I'll just say he's a good sport for coming on today. We're going to have a lot of fun. It's going to be a bit wild. There will probably, unfortunately, be more than one swear word. So please forgive us. It's just that kind of show. It's a happy Monday, so I got my purple show on. Dave, what do you got to say, man?
Anyone who has watched both of our content should know that there's going to be swearing, at least a little bit, right? You know, just got to get it in afterwards so YouTube doesn't complain too much.
Yeah, you definitely get punished these days. That's a fact. What can we do about it? I don't know. That's why channel memberships help so much. Allow us to be uncensored and say whatever we want, and that's helpful. Yeah. We are ready to rock and roll indeed. Well, we had a different intro plan, but I bungled it. So that's okay. It's going to be a roving and a rambling show a little bit. But you were saying something interesting about Enochian. I was saying I have fun memes to play. What was that you wanted to say about Enochian magic?
Oh God, no one can agree on this system. No one can agree on this entire system.
What?
Like I will try to read.
Dude, wait. Wait, 1 sec.
And he had us. Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
Okay, let's get nuts. Go
yeah,
for it.
All right. Let's just come out swinging. All right. So, first of all, this all started because you watched a video I did where I, was just wrong about a lot of things. And one of the main things I was wrong about was the entirety of one of the central pillars of Enochian, right? And then I'm going through and I'm trying to read books, right? And the books also seem to be disagreeing with you, right? And then the original things I was taught, right? The people that I was listening to originally, which I no longer listen to because I'm like, okay, well, these guys are, a box of rocks is smarter, right? You go through and then it's like, okay, the original thing that you're taught is always going to have some influence, right? You can go hundreds of years, but that first thing you're taught about it is going to be it's going to be ingrained. And so the number one, my number one favorite thing about Enochian is that I can learn and I can just listen to so many different versions and so many different opinions on it. And I will still always be wrong. And that's a beautiful thing. I get to be an amateur forever. The branding writes itself. I get to be an amateur magus forever. It's great.
It's the idea of being wrong, though, is an interesting idea, right? Because it sort of presumes, an ontos of a factual reality, and sometimes those things exist, and sometimes that's where people go wrong, thinking that, like, again, a key example we were just chatting about before the podcast was, for example, the argument that some apparently have made in history that there is a true Solomonic magic, an original text or original tradition or set of practices that we only have pieces of through latter-day grimoires, say 2nd century New Testament of Solomon up to Hygromanty in the Byzantine period, which may be now redated to the Renaissance, some are saying. And actually, if I get a phone call during this, it's because the new Andreas Erneas translation of the Summa Sacra Magica is arriving, and I don't want to miss that thing because I need to know what it says. So there's not always a real tradition. Gal Sofer debunked the idea that there's a Solomonic ur text or singular source of practices that the grimoires draw from, and he shows that their construction is much different to that. I don't know who exactly made that argument. It might have been Skinner in his dissertation. But again, so when you're talking about Enochian magic, you can only, to a limited extent, say what is, what's true, what's real. We can talk about what's Purism, for example, is defined generally by what's in Dee's diary. So there you go. You can actually have a definitive statement about what is and isn't in his diary. So
yeah, and people are going to have their own opinions on it, right? Like, do I, as somebody learning about Enochian, right, do I study just what's in the Golden Dawn and by extension what Crowley did? Or do I study like what people who are trying to reverse engineer Dee's diaries are doing, right? Which is now much more popular. It seems to be much more popular now, right? But optics is everything, and I'm blind half the time to just new releases and all that stuff. But sometimes there isn't just, there isn't just one thing, right? There's multiple people having a large conversation, and that's what all occultism is. More than other scholarly pursuits, I would say. Occultism is, okay, we have this, right? And then we have an argument about what to call it for about 30 years. And then we will always disagree, and then you'll get multiple people saying, oh no, we're calling it this, but then it's this, right? Like,
can you give an example?
There was what was it?
I need an apple for this. This is my Pierre Polyev moment.
Well, here's one of them. Here's one of them.
Canadian guy eating the apple.
I'm American, man. I'm from New York.
You guys don't know shit about Canada.
I know. We know that the South Park stuff is half wrong.
Well, it's why whenever our igloos melt, you just don't care.
Exactly. We've got everything's burning over here. We're sorry that the smoke's going over there. I apologize. We're busy with our own fires. We're too busy caring about the melted igloos. But
man, it's a hot day here, and I'm a block from the beach that has palm trees on it, so it's shockingly similar to California.
I believe it. What was it? Yeah. So one of my favorite things is when somebody is new to the occult, right? They will ask a question, and if they have any understanding of it, they will get into some amount of chaos magic, right? Because that's where a lot of people get started. They'll start looking into chaos magic, right?
So you're saying they'll ask a question about magic, and someone will direct them to chaos magic. Right?
Yeah, that's usually how it works. And I swear that's if I could make a dictionary for one magical system, it would be chaos magic. And in that dictionary would be also known as in every other tradition, because some person will say like, oh, it's energy, and then it's like, oh, it's ki, and then it's like, oh, it's vital force, and then it's like, oh, it's actually this, and you'll have like 15 different names for the same thing. And so now it's like, okay, now I've got to put it through a translator to figure out what you're saying, and then I've got to figure out what this person's saying, and it's great. The one that most applies to Enochian is something that I've heard multiple times, so I thought it was just a common thing. The whole de-purist versus neo-Enochiana thing, right? Where, for those of you who don't know, certain authors will say that all of the Golden Dawn stuff and all of the post-John Dee Enochian is called neo-Enochiana, which most people aren't going to, if your tradition believes in like this long unbroken lineage where things are getting passed down from person to person and it's this whole unbroken mystery school, you're not going to call it a new thing, right? Which I've learned in the pre-show is not how we do it in modern day. Not how we do it in modern.
What do you mean?
I'm talking about the new Hermetics.
Oh, well, Jason Augustus Newcomb, yeah, we were talking about the success and the long career he's had with his new Hermetic system, and no one was like, oh, it's new, ew. No one said that. They were like, oh, cool, something new. Let's check it out and buy some of your awesome tools and scrying sets and go check out New Hermetics or JasonAugustusNewcomb.com for amazing magical stuff. Yeah, he's also he was the first Enochian author to notice that the blue lines around the holy table are just straight lines, two dual lines, but not boxed in squared letters. Lots of us had noticed that that's how it should be. He was the first one to publish that, so he gets the credit for that. Like, you know, in many standards and terms, that sets his book into a very rare league of publications, right? To notice something no one else has noticed and set down into writing. That's and the book's good in itself, especially as he definitely would be an example of a really well blended neo-Enochiana that takes account, of course, the traditional Enochian, but also the post-GD and Thelemic variations. His book's great for that.
I will have to add that. I'll probably talk to you after the podcast and just add that to my reading list.
Yeah, it's called Practical Enochian Magic by Jason Augustus Newcomb. Much love to Jason and his wonderful family.
I think that is actually in my Enochian reading when I eventually get it. When I get to the Enochian reading list again, I will. Yeah.
I feel you. Yeah, I'm all Qlipoth these days, prepping for my presentation in June at the Arkane Research Society thing I'm doing. And then I'll be back to Enochian. So we'll maybe have a follow-up once I've at the end of the year, maybe December time, and shoot the breeze about what's new.
Yeah, right now I'm all on Talismans, and
fun.
I've been doing a lot of talisman work, and my main the main stuff I do like right now is Agrippa focused. Very 3 books of occult philosophy and geomancy and all that stuff. And I got into Talismans when right after Jupiter entered Cancer, for all the astrology folks out there. So because I was like, well, if there's Jupiter in Cancer, there's got to be some talisman things I can do. And then coincidentally, the YouTube algorithm started falling in love with me right after. I don't know what that's about, but we'll figure it out. But I need to get back to Enochian. And one of the
can I ask you first about the talisman work you're doing, since everyone does talisman work who probably is listening to this right now, or he's doing it soon. What are you finding to work best these days for you, and what sort of results do you go after, if any? What's your work? What's it about? Tell us about the work.
So right now, so I'm a big fan of.
I mean, you would say you're a practitioner over a historian or a theorist,
I am not a scholar. I am a practitioner first, scholar like fourth. I am.
So let's hear about practice.
Oh God, thank you. All right,
let's get into it, Mo.
Right now, actually, you know what? I can just pull
it's
it out.
Too early to call you a motherfucker.
Yeah. So right now, what I did was, the first thing I did was I wanted to figure out, okay, what are we making talismans out of, right? So I went to Agrippa, read through that, and I did some solid, not quite scholarly. I basically just read the lawnmower manual. And I went ahead and I was like, okay, talismans want to be made out of a specific material, right? Did a lot of research on that, figured out how that worked, right? Fortunately, I had some sterling silver at the time, so my Jupiter talismans are made out of silver, right? Which, in case anyone is like, oh, the high roller, it was $20 when I bought it. It was $20 when I bought it. It was not $100 and something for an ounce. But went ahead, started looking into astrological elections, right? Dear God, I hate astrological elections so much. Every time.
Why?
I have a perfect story.
Yeah,
so a couple weeks ago, I was going to make a Venus talisman, right? Because I'm collecting them all like the Infinity Stones. So I was
Logic.
going through, I made a Jupiter one, and I'm like, okay, I made a solar one, which that one I had to do a bunch of hoops through. And then I was going to make a Venus one. Well, the problem with the Venus one was both Venus and the moon were conjunct 26 degrees Taurus. For those of you who don't know why that's a problem, that is where the fixed star of Al Ghul is, which causes violent ends and is literally referred to as the demon star, nullifying the entire election. So I spent so long, and then there's this one rule, and it just completely voided the entire thing. And it's just... And then I was like, oh, okay, it's fine. I'll just make another one, right? No, there's no elections for the rest. I've been trying to follow as best I can the works of Agrippa, which he has a wonderful section of, I'm done talking about astrology, go read another astrologer. Yeah, he actually says that a couple points. It's my biggest problem with him. And then I started finding William Lilly and I think a little bit of Ficino's writings on it. So I've been working on those. The most involved one I've done so far has been the solar talisman, because I don't have gold and all the talismans have to be made of gold, right? However, there is another book that has a little bit of a workaround, which is the Arbatel of Magick, right? You a big fan of the Arbatel?
It's one of the things I got first known for doing 25 years ago. So I'm still very devoted to its practice. It's probably the second course I'll release. I've only released one course in the last 6 years. So
the Arbatel of Magick has sections where the Olympic planetary spirits have the ability to transmute metals into gold, right? And so I thought to myself, well, if I'm going to try it, I might as well try it for this. So I did that, then made the solar talisman, because a lot of people, I've seen a lot of talismans online. Christopher Warnock has brass talismans, I think.
It's funny you mentioned Christopher Warnock, yet you have such fear of working with Al Ghul. I have to make the facial expressions for both of us since you're anonymous.
Yeah. It's just a matter of like, I'm trying to make the talismans as favorable as possible, right? So it's like, oh yeah, I'm going to make this Venus, she's in the degree of the axe murderer. Huh.
Given that you are familiar with Warnock though, I don't know how you can think that about Al Ghul and be familiar with Warnock's. Have you read his writings on Al Ghul?
I haven't read enough of them. I haven't read them recently. Yeah. It's mostly a case of I'm trying to follow I'm trying to follow the systems as best as I can, right?
Yeah, Al Ghul can be, I think, very helpful for protecting yourself.
Yes, but the problem is this was like a Venus for like attracting all the Venerian.
Yeah. No, but I saw in the comment here, I am Pope Paul says, Al Ghul, big nope. It's like, I think it's a use case issue rather than the end is always nigh kind of issue.
If it was like a martial or not a martial talisman. Well, actually, if it was like a martial talisman where like the moon was conjunct Al Ghul and then trine Mars, perfect. S tier, A+, no notes. But because then we have the moon is also contributing, right? But because of what it was, because it was specifically Venus and the moon trying to get harmony, right? Trying to manifest that like loving Venus energy, right? Like just kind of, if I put this on, I want just good things, pro good things, right? And then it's like, yes, the last thing I want is the stars telling me, yeah, you can do this. And then Venus will come in with a bloody axe. Like, I've solved the problem, right? You know, that's not what I'm going for. Definitely use cases, though, just not the use case I was looking for, right? I'm of the opinion everything has a use case. I'm of the opinion everything's got a use case. Because, like, there is no way that... You mean to tell me we've been doing astrology and occultism for X many years, and we haven't found a good use for us, like one particular placement? Like, we've been doing occultism for how long? Right? You know, even if we just assume that we've been doing occultism for like 600 years, right? 1400s. Let's say that's when occultism started, right? For the sake of conjecture, obviously.
I mean, I don't know. What's the thinking behind that?
You mean to tell me that we can't figure out a good use for like when Saturn...
Well, no, you said occultism started when?
Oh, 1400s. Like, that's when all the grimoires would have been. That's when, like, roughly people think of when the grimoires are written, I think.
No.
No?
No. I mean, grimoires, the Testament Solomon is 2nd century. The Hygromantea, that's Byzantine. So there's a whole, the one that just arrived at my door is the Summa Sacra Magica, which is, I think, 13th century, Middle Ages. So 1200s, I believe. I'll find out once I read the, new translation. I have Skinner's translation, but I don't have the new volume 2 and 3.
I think I need to order that.
Yeah. I missed the deluxe one. So it's like, okay, I'll get it when I get it. Maybe I'll just like, it's fun to have. It's nice to have books you really want that you have to hunt down over the years. Like, you don't need to get everything new all the time. Sometimes you wait, like, no, I want to wait 5 years and then pay $2,000 for it.
My favorite thing that's happened.
My point is the grimoires tradition, it goes back 1800 years. There was just a plethora of them that increasingly were written in the Middle Ages and Renaissance, of course, and onward. And, but I don't think that that's a unique pattern, because the culture out of which we have the PGM was obviously a similarly magical culture, with a plethora of magical writings being created, used, practiced, sold all the time. So, yeah. And then we lost the Library of Alexandria as well, right? How many grimoires would have been in that thing?
Still reeling from that one.
We lost the secrets of the Anunnaki.
We did.
There's something under the pyramids. Quick, hide.
We don't know what it is. They burned the evidence down. But yeah, no, that even makes the point worse, right? Like, if, when PGM was like when? Like,
2nd, 3rd century.
Second, 3rd century. Okay. So 2nd and 3rd century.
And another one is Sefer Razim.
Sefer HaRazim.
Sefer HaRazim. That's what, 2nd, 3rd century.
Yeah, 2nd, 3rd century, I think. You mean to tell me that, like, we've been doing, like, writing down all of these occult experiments and these cult rituals since the 2nd, 3rd century, and we still haven't found a good use for some of these things, right? That's either incredible laziness or, it's the whole thing of, like, you mean to tell me we have a rock that boils water for free? Why aren't we using it? It's the nuclear energy paradox of, like, oh, it might explode. But okay, we've documented worse explosions, that kind of thing. Kind of out there metaphor, but you know what I mean. So there's got to be something we can do with everything, right? There's got to be something we can do with everything. But one of the crazy things is, when we're going through and when we're writing things down, when we're documenting things, I've got a particular issue with my favorite occultist, Israel Regardie, who he has an entire book on talismans. It's very creatively named How to Make and Use Talismans. And he writes down that, oh yeah, if you wanted to use the what was it? The geomantic figures, you can do that. And so one day I sat down and ran the numbers. 90% of the geomantic figures are terrible to use in the talisman for any reason, right? Like it's literally like harsh endings, insane wrath, rashness, right? And then you've got the ones that is just, oh yeah, it'll kind of be temporarily fleeting, right? Or the things that are said to be good will still be terrible, which is how I ended up getting a problem with the geomancy figures.
Who did you learn geomancy from?
Who did I learn geomancy from? I learned geomancy from a combination of, originally I learned it from a friend of mine. And then I learned it better because he basically was like, if you want to really learn geomancy, John Michael Greer's Art and Practice of Geomancy, right? And then...
I have that one.
And then I supplemented that with Sam Block's Digital Ambler blog. He's got a lot of information on there.
He does.
And so, like, that is what I took. I kind of mixed all these together because I was noticing, like, okay, some of this is really good, some of this is really bad, and through experimentation, that's where that's where I ended up getting a bunch of my information. I'm very much an experimentalist, as you can probably tell.
So yeah, I've used geomantic symbols on talismans and magical objects for use. Of course you want to know which ones you're using and why you're using them, and certainly there's malefic ones that you don't use usually. I don't know. It seems like that caused some sort of big issue for you though. Like, what's the problem there?
Yeah. So remember how I said I was going to make a Venus talisman, right?
Right.
Well, the Venus talisman was actually the first draft talisman that I made. And it very much had first pancake syndrome, where the first pancake is always bad, and you usually end up having to give that to the chef because it's always terrible. So I made the first talisman, and I was going through and I was reading John Michael Greer's books, and I messed up by throwing the figure of Taurus onto the Venus talisman because it was a Venus and Taurus talisman. And I'm thinking, oh, well, this shouldn't be that bad. So after about a week of walking around and having just random, like every single random encounter with a woman where they were just falling over themselves, like constantly giving them bad luck, I was like, oh, okay, something is very wrong here, right? Which is very funny because Amicio is said to be good for like love and relationships. No, I've learned my lesson with that. I've learned my lesson. Unless it's an
so why are you blaming Amicio and not some other? How should I say it? Some other, part in the sequence chain of sequence.
That is the perfect question, and the answer is because I was not the only one making a talisman at the time. So, very much I like to have other people do experiments if they're interested, right? And
we got our first cheeky comment from Occultology. A girl having bad luck is good for you.
Not when she's spilling drinks on my lap. Yeah, that was
cheeky Occultology.
That was good.
He came to play.
Yeah. So what happened was I had made a talisman. I had made my talisman, and then a buddy of mine was interested in making a Venus talisman and did the exact same thing. The only difference in design was I had thrown Amicio on it and he did not. Right? He's gotten nothing but good results, and I'm a little mad about it because I gave him the formula. Right?
Yeah, that's really valuable experimentation and results to note. That's really interesting. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's one of those things of I very much am. I try to apply the scientific method of like, okay, this should be working good. He's getting good results, and I know that his election was good. It was basically the same as mine, and I had the same election. What is the difference? And that was the only variable that had changed, right? So, if I'm looking at it, right? And also, I just realized something really stupid. One of the interpretations of a missio is a spilled cup, or a cup going like a cup being poured out, and that was what happened day one of that talisman.
Oh no.
So what's been your greatest talismanic success?
Talismanic success. I would say that my greatest talismanic success so far.
Yeah, like what those successes I'm talking about that it make you think not only do I need to keep doing this, but I really need to keep doing this sort of work?
That would probably be, well, the Jupiter talisman I did was probably that. That being said, the thing that made me like, it's kind of weird because I want to say the Jupiter talisman, but recency bias is definitely making me say the solar talisman, right? Because when I did the solar talisman, it for like 2-3 days took on the appearance of rose gold. Like, I don't know if I just caught it in the lighting weird, but like even in pictures, it was changing color, and it finally went back to being like proper brass. And after I did that, my inbox was absolutely flooded with people booking consultations, astrology readings, etc. To the point where I could not catch a break, and we ended up scheduling this right after I made the talisman. Yeah, like it happened the day after. So, that's pretty good. I don't know. I consider that a success.
You're happy to be here, you're saying?
I'm absolutely happy to be here. The only thing I expect out of these kind of like podcast appearances is that I'm having fun. I'm going to have some amount of fun, and I'm having fun now.
We're just getting warmed up.
Yes.
And for anyone who thinks this is going to be a completely rambly Frater RC Fest, I have about 7 pages of questions for this man. We won't get through all of them, but maybe we will. Who knows? So stay tuned. The blood sports will begin after the intermission.
Oh, I'm very excited to be up. Absolutely taken to task at my. It's very exciting that somebody gets to just call me out for being objectively wrong, and I know that they're right.
Well, I just love that you call yourself the amateur magus, but speak with the authority of God.
No, that is not what I try to do. The whole amateur magus.
Listening
to
your videos feels like someone's beating the shit out of me.
Okay, all right.
It's like I'm getting like physically bruised. Yeah, it's intense. It's intense. I'm like, I can take it. I can take one more. Okay. Oh God. Oh, man. It's intense. But that's probably why you're so massively popular.
It's one of those things of like, there's very much a market for people who just talk about occultism like a mechanic is talking about your engine, right? Like, well, here's your problem. You did this when Saturn was square the moon, and that's why your talisman is causing you nothing but misery. Like, that's what I very much try to do, right? I'm very much trying to talk about, I think I've described it best as I talk with a spray can, not a fine detail brush, right? And so when I'm trying to talk about things, and this is specifically on YouTube.
They do say that's what you have to do online to be successful. I heard Hotep Jesus say that, that's why he speaks only in obscene absolutes. But I always worry, like, I mean, are you not trading popularity then for a certain audience that is maybe more discriminating in their cognition?
It's one of those things where every so often I do end up trying to talk about very specific things, right? And I've learned that I have to do it in a very particular way. Like, a good example is, what was it? A good example is a while ago, I made a video trying to explain like the concept of the monad, right? Like the Hermetic all. And I tried to do it through Kabbalah, okay? And I go into those videos expecting my audience to know barely anything about Kabbalah. And I will still get comments saying something to the effect of, Dave, this was a really good way of explaining it. However, why didn't you just talk about the unknowable non-existence of the divine? It's like, okay. Because I assume the audience doesn't know what that means, dude. Like, that's the problem. I'm trying to explain.
You're trying to reach a popular audience that includes people who are completely new sometimes or often. I assume, yeah.
Yeah, and the thing is, I very much... Go ahead.
I hate to get ahead of ourselves, but if that's the case, why would you say so many declarative and confident statements that would shut, for example, why would you then shut people down from exploring things like saying that they shouldn't, this is a quote basically, they shouldn't waste their time with the Supreme Ritual of Pentagram because there's Enochian in it.
Okay, that one in particular is really funny because I actually know why that one.
Okay, I'm so curious.
The reason I said that one is
I loved how offhandedly you dismissed it. It's like I'd been slapped by someone I loved. I was like, wow, you just, it was even offhand. You didn't even make a big show and tell about it. You're just like, bitch.
Just throw it aside. Get this trash out of here. Out of my face. No, it's that one's funny because it was
wait, I gotta say one more thing. I'm sorry, bro. Because it's especially, this is the full question. It's especially wild because you say that either in a different video or after spending a lot of time diminishing the LBRP as like a beginner ritual, nothing more, and something that blah blah blah. So it's like, why would you say that? And you can say that. That's cool. We'll get to that later. But then why would you? But to say that about the LB, the lesser pentagram, and then to slap away the supreme one, that's so contradictory, right?
So the whole thing about it was that statement was very much as a point in time, which. I think the one that I said that in was like really, really old. Like before I started like even trying to do any kind of actual okay, let's actually try to take this occult YouTube thing seriously. And the thing is, that is very much at a different point in time because I actually love the Supreme Ritual, the pentagram. The problem is people will go through and they will hear something. And I'm saying this because this is my entire problem with the things I've been talking about on Enochian, is they will hear something online and then they'll think, oh, it's totally fine for me to do this, right? It's the same. It's very similar. It's not exactly the same as when people will say, oh yeah, it's safe to do the Ars Goetia, and somebody completely new to the occult goes, cool, time to go summon demons. Which...
It's a good point.
Yeah, it's very much a case of like... One of the things about the occult that's really interesting is...
Sort of like saying, so you've never smoked weed? Here, have some 5-MeO DMT.
Yes, exactly. What's
what could go wrong?
For one person, right, is... very different from what is safe for another person. Yep.
As St. Paul said, I believe.
Yes. So like, what I would consider, and even within like, proficiency in the occult, which that's a nebulous concept in and of itself sometimes. What I would consider safe and what other people would consider safe, we just went about, I had to shelve my Al Ghul talisman, or my Venus and Al Ghul talisman, because I didn't want to manifest a bunch of serial killer axe women, right? Now, if I
never needed a talisman for that one, brother.
Exactly. Maybe they're protecting. Maybe they're the protections, and I'm just the coward. That's what's the problem. But you go through, and like I'll say, like, don't worry. Like the main And I want to specifically address the Supreme Invoking Ritual real quick, because that one, I believe my point did not line up. My point did not line up with what I was trying to say there. And that was, if you're afraid of Enochian, don't bother with the Supreme Invoking Ritual. If you are fine with Enochian, yeah, do the Supreme Invoking Ritual. It's amazing. Like, the Supreme Invoking Ritual is great. But also that was a product of its time, because at the time I was getting a bunch of people going, hey, have you heard of the Lesser Invoking Ritual, the Pentagram? The Second Coming of Christ in ritual form? And I was like, stop, please. At the time, and this is now stopped, because, you know, I screamed into a microphone about the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram for about 20 minutes, which I really regret titling that video what I did, because I would love to make a follow-up, but I'm not going to, because
that's one of the ones that definitely beat the shit out of me. I have pages of notes on
yeah,
we can talk
yeah.
about the lesser. Let's talk about the Lesser Banishing Ritual of the Pentagram.
Oh God, my
put it
favorite
off?
ritual. Let's go. Oh boy.
So in your LBRP video, you recommend that GD and Thelema and Wiccans do it daily. Why would you recommend Wiccans do a ritual entirely based, well, using Jewish divine names and archangels?
So that one is kind of my understanding at the time, and this came from somebody who was a Wiccan, right? An initiated Wiccan, right? Told me that was something that they did, right? Because they took it from Thelema, and it was a whole thing.
They took it from Thelema.
Yeah, there was at the time a weird,
and also I was one of those from like 93 to 99. I was one of those Wiccans doing the LBRP. So I definitely, yeah.
So at the time, and I believe this was slightly disproven. I'm not entirely sure. I don't keep up with Wiccan news. I'm too nose to the grindstone with Talisman work at the moment. But at the time when I made that video, it was fairly common for people within like the initiated ceremonial magic systems, right? Golden Dawn, Wicca, and Thelema are the primary ones I'm talking about here, despite the fact that, again, speaking with a spray can. Those people were doing these kind of rituals, right? And now the Wiccans were doing other things, right? That if you just kind of separated the Golden Dawn stuff and separated the LBRP out, my understanding is that would look completely different, right? But they took that ritual because it works. Because it works. It's a good ritual, right?
Yeah, okay. I guess I was, yeah. It's just, you follow that up by saying, one of the things you say is that the 4 tetragrammatons used in each quarter of the LRP, that you should think of them as one single god name.
Yeah. What's
going on with that?
That one is, I'm trying to think. That video has been years, so I'm like trying to remember all of the reasons I came up with for that one. That one is because there are a lot of god names that are multi-word, right?
So obviously when you're doing the LRP and you're, creating the pentagrams,
yep,
you're visualizing the 4 letters in the center, right?
Why,
where I just wondering, I'm curious, since they're so distinct god names, Yod He Vav He, right? These are all distinct names. Yod He Vav He is the unpronounceable name from which we get Jehovah and Yehovah. Adonai means Lord, and usually you say it whenever you see the tetragrammaton Yod He Vav He, you say Adonai. Ehyeh is from the Moses encounter. Ehyeh just means I am. Yep. And so, Ehyeh, Asher Ehyeh.
it's
I am what I am, or I will be what I will be. Or it's again, old Hebrew doesn't have tense, people. There's no tense except by context. So that's tricky. It makes prophecies hard to detect because if there's no tense, how do you know it's future tense? That's one thing I learned in seminary. It's like, oh, so, this is tricky stuff, and yeah. So where's the idea of them being one name come from? I was just like, how did you get that? Where
so
is
so
a
that one
Thalemic
is
thing?
No, that's not the Thalemic thing. The that one I will say is more of a me thing. But that is because those names are so separate, right? Because you have YHVH, you have Adonai, Agala, all of those. And probably getting the order wrong. I usually
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh,
yeah.
Adonai, Ehyeh, Agla.
Yeah. And so if you add those, right? Agala, I forget what it translates to, but Agala is like an acronym.
Atah Gabor Le'olam Adonai, thou art mighty forever, O Lord.
Yeah. So if you think of it like one God name, right? It is, you are throughout that entire section, you are drawing the pentagrams, and you are effectively invoking one God name, right? Which is more powerful, and it kind of connects all four of them because you have the going by the Golden Dawn system, you have Yehovah, Adonai,
Not Jehovah.
No.
We never say Jehovah.
Right. YHVH.
What?
There we go. I'm trying to.
Yod-Heh-Vav-Heh.
Yeah, that's the one.
We only spell it out. We never say Jehovah. Because we treat it as a formula, right?
Yeah, that one is always correct. The formula.
Yeah, Crowley changed it to Yahweh.
Yeah.
Which led to decades of us being told that we're doing our own ritual wrong.
Everyone, man.
Which is super fun. I've had people walk out of public lectures because I did it wrong. Like, okay. And then I have to explain it to them afterwards. And they're like, oh, damn. Was the class good? I'm like, yeah, people were in tears by the end. And they're like, oh, I should have stayed. It's like, yeah, it would. And you would have if it wasn't for Alistair fucking Crowley.
My favorite thing is getting told I'm pronouncing my Hebrew wrong. And I'm like, no, it's ceremonial magic based. It's the ceremonial version. So that's why, yeah.
You could get it right. I mean, I heard you say the Atah, Malkut, Vegavura, Vegadula, Leolam Adonai. Right?
I still
a
get
lot of
told
people
I'm
get confused
wrong.
by the spelling, by the English orthography, like the Ati thing, the Ate, right? It's Atah, Malkut, Vegavura, Vegadula, Leolam Adonai. Someone in the comments says there was no V back then, so it was Bet. Bet is a double letter, so Bet has a dot in it when it's hard, Ba, and Va when there's no dogesh in the middle, no diacritical mark. But again, vowel sounds change over time, so they fluctuate back and forth. But they definitely had a V sound.
Yeah, it is called linguistic drift. There's a whole studies about how language changes on that. So there was a V and there was a B, but there's also, I think it's depending on how you interpret it. That's why we have like we thought it was pronounced one way.
But so it would have been Gebura up until the early 20th century, and then it then it switched to Gevura, Gevura. And it is correct Hebrew, by the way. You say in your video it's not correct. Atah, Malchut, Vegavura. Yeah, sure. If you were saying that, and the power, you would add
that is
aha. You'd add aha if you were saying the power, but you don't need to say the power. I know it because I asked my Hebrew teacher this in grad school. I was like, "Is this correct?" And she's like, "Yeah, it is." And I was like, "That you need a ha for the?" And she's like, "If you want to say the."
Yeah, that one was based on.
So you atah is you male, masculine. If you want to say you feminine, you say at, and there's no you neuter. Sorry, not in Hebrew. Go to German for that. Atah, Malchut, Vegabora, Vegadula, Leolam. I don't know. Amen. Yeah. Amen. Not Adonai.
That one was based on so that one was based on like a take from a writer. I don't remember who, right? But that was not my own thought. That was a thought from somebody else who said, "Oh, the Golden Dawn was just messing up the Hebrew because they didn't understand Hebrew," and I took that.
They had Hebrew people who knew Hebrew.
Yeah,
they didn't have many, but they had some.
So that was definitely like an incomplete understanding of the Hebrew there.
All it takes is one Hebrew speaker in a group for everyone to be doing correct Hebrew. Yeah, and that's hopefully people hearing this think, oh, I should just pick up a Hebrew grammar and like in a week I'll know more than 99% of occultists, and there you go. That's all it takes.
Yeah, it's a lot of. As time goes forward, I've realized that like a big part of it is like a lot of incomplete understandings, right? Like the incomplete understanding of like, if you wanted to say like the power, right? You're missing.
Yeah, but you don't need to, because you're not saying you're not saying the Lord's Prayer, and you're not saying the Hebrew original phrase that it must have come out of. Yeah. So that was interesting. Those are I don't know. I have more notes on that, but that I was just the way you were so dismissive of the LBRP and treating it like it's a beginner ritual. Why do you see it as a beginner ritual? Like for us in the Golden Dawn, it's not a beginner ritual, right? It's like it's the sort of the summation of the entire Outer Order system put in ritual form.
So it's not
it's the main ritual we do. We don't even do the middle pillar traditionally. There is no middle pillar traditionally. You say that you said that the LBRP isn't that important compared to the middle pillar because Rigardi wrote a book called The Middle Pillar, not the LBRP. But the middle pillar isn't even a thing in the Outer Order of the Golden Dawn up until maybe kind of Philosophus and then Portal. It doesn't even exist. It's just the LRP.
So the reason I dismiss it has nothing to do with the Golden Dawn as a whole. That is an important distinction I want to make. It is not because of anything within the Golden Dawn at all, right? I don't know if you've heard this. I'm a solitary practitioner, not a like full initiate in a lodge system. The problem,
I know.
The problem is that at the time, right, and people still do this. People who are not initiated into any kind of Solomon, like any kind of Golden Dawn system, right, is that even if you're not solitary or you're not initiated into a lodge, there is this weird obsession where people get stuck on it, right? And the problem is not, I sounds like you're a person who is initiated into some kind of lodge, right?
No, I've never been initiated into any lodge, actually. I was initiated in the Golden Dawn in 1996 when I was 15, finished the Outer Order at Easter 1999 at Temple Tahuti and then Temple of Isis in LA, so Vancouver and LA. And then went through the Outer Order Adeptus Minor grade over the next 3-4 years before shutting down the temple as chief adept in Canada for our order.
Oh, okay then. I stand corrected again. But
we don't have lodges in the Golden Dawn. That's an OTO and masonry thing. We have temples. We're like the Hindus.
I believe
just like them. Exactly like them. Yeah.
No difference whatsoever, right?
None.
Exactly.
We even have the swastika in our grade material.
That's true. I have one of those. Yeah, I had to make one for my solitaire stuff.
I mean, we call it the Hermetic Cross. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
What you gonna do? Like, sorry guys, it's like we can't. I've wanted every time I've traveled internationally, I've wanted to tear that page out of my grade material. You can imagine, right?
The Zelator grade is wild if you're traveling.
But yeah, every time a security guard flipped through it and saw that, they just ran their fingers down the crease. They were just looking for weed, right, or drugs or something. Yeah, because I was young. I never had done any drugs when at that time, and still obviously haven't. But no, I would burn so much sage in my room. Like they'd be like, "Why would the dogs come at you like that?" I'm like, "Well, I burn a lot of sage, like a lot," and they're like, "Really?"
Yeah, and it's God, there was like 3 or 4 years where I kept getting gifted bundles and bundles and bundles of sage. I swear, like I still have so much that I needed to throw it away. Like that was, man, that's just the problems with being an occultist. At some point, you get gifted like here's like 8 metric tons of sage. It's like I don't need this. Oh, you're gonna be real disappointed for Christmas and New Year's. Just saying. But the reason I dismiss the LBRP is not because of anything within the Golden Dawn or any like actual solid people who like want to go through the Golden Dawn system, right? Because, you know, when I go to my altar and I go to do my rituals, when I'm going to do an evocation, I'm going to do, well, statistically, since I read that Scott Stanwyck article, the lesser invoking ritual of the pentagram, but it's still the lesser ritual of the pentagram.
Well, Scott Stenwick has a thelemic interpretation, which is completely different from the Golden Dawn understanding of it. Like you can only do Scott Stenwick's versions and variations of the banishing and invoking forms if you don't follow the Golden Dawn understanding of what the rituals do.
It's one of those things where I tried it and I started it and I was giving it a test, right? Honestly, I mostly just do the banishing, right?
So I'm trying to lead us into an interesting conversation on context and parameters. You see?
Yes. I'm trying operant field. Yeah.
Operant field.
And
I've worked with those. They're fun.
Yeah, they work ridiculously well. Like I don't know why they just work.
Yeah, the Golden Dawn argument against them would just be that it's unnecessary, actually. Like we do things a bit simpler than that is all there is to it.
But then you do the operant field and then it feels like you're taking off the parking brake. So it's like which is the there's
no one has a problem with Scott Stenwick experimenting and sharing his results. No one's like, ew, that was unappreciated. No, it's like, yeah, we like trying new things.
But yeah, it's for the context, just so I can actually finally get this point out. It's people will be obsessed. People will see the lesser ritual of the pentagram, not do any kind of Golden Dawn work, not try to go through any kind of solitary or lodge initiation, and then they will say, this ritual right here, this is the most important thing in the entire universe. And I'm going to dedicate my life to redesigning it every 12 months for the rest of my life, because clearly the people who are writing it got something wrong. And I know this because I have never actually worked with it. I have never worked with the system properly, or even tried to under any pretenses, right? And that's what they'll do. This is where, at the time I made that video, there was a lot of people who were like, oh yeah, I'm going to remake the LBRP with different spirits, and they were accidentally cursing themselves, right? Because they didn't understand like the underlying mechanics in the slightest. Which the context is so that's the context of that. Which, I mean, you have people being like, oh yeah, I think that the elemental affinities are wrong. And you know, that's where I get my favorite part of that entire video, which is just go outside. Please look at the sun. Please go outside. Look up in the morning, you know?
Well, yeah, it's interesting to get a sense of the people you're talking to, because you obviously come out of a community very different to the one I come out with, which is reflective of your earlier comment about everyone in Enochian magic disagreeing with each other. Because for this, so you're speaking to out of a different culture, community, probably age group, I would imagine, right? And so one of the things that I think a lot of us older folks have realized is that the new wave of within the culture of people haven't really been taken in or given access to what was already there in a very convenient mode, shall we say. And that's left a major gap that has been filled by books like those written by, you know, our friend Damien Eccles, and channels like yourself and many, many others who were like, well, no, Golden Dawn people are talking about their tradition, so let's go, right? And that's our fault for not, you know, Nick Farrell started a YouTube channel years ago and then stopped. A lot of other people probably just wouldn't even consider spending the time to introduce the world or stand up for the tradition when it's being misinterpreted, you know.
And it's and it's not something that I'm trying to do, right? Like that's
no,
part of the
clearly.
big issue. Like, I'm not trying to purposefully just be like, hey, so today I'm going to tell you everything wrong. Like, I'm just going to tell you a bunch of wrong info. Everything that I'm about to say, bullshit, right? That's not what I'm trying to do, obviously. But one of the things that I am trying to do is I'm trying to, because for a long period of time, the entirety of the occult internet was filled with Thelema, right? And one of the things that got me into the occult was, man, I wish there was a system like Thelema that wasn't perpetuated by a creepy bald man. And this was when the only picture of Aleister Crowley you could find was the one where he's just got like he's doing the O from the NOX with the big hat. Like, and he just, yeah, that was the only picture of Aleister Crowley. But so I'm going through and I'm trying to, like, I'm a solitary Golden Dawn person, right? I've learned through a solitary initiation system, right? Not at all connected to the proper Golden Dawn stuff, right? Like, all of the Golden Dawn stuff that is, like, I would say is proper Golden Dawn, that's not what I do, right? Because I've just never, that's not something I've ever been connected to, right?
Yeah, I think most of us just call it modern magic at this point.
What a great book.
Well, it's a good term for it, because Don Craig was in the Golden Dawn, but after he put out that book.
Yeah.
Even taught in the temple I used to, you know, be initiated into and go to all the time in LA. He was one of the teachers there sometimes. But he was in Chris Monastra's order, Rigardi's girlfriend's order, along with David Griffin and Jorge and a bunch of others.
That's so interesting. That the more I learn about the occult community, the more I learn it's a very tight-knit circle. It's
yeah. I mean,
small world.
Given the fact, especially since people are often in groups and they're taking vows and that sort of thing, I'm a rarity in that sense.
Yeah, and that's a good advantage of not being in groups is I can just talk about things and you can talk about things and we can just
anyone can talk about anything published,
right?
Most Golden Dawn people just don't have the time. They're too busy, you know, with running their temples, which takes a massive amount of work. And that leads back to context, because when you talk about a lot of the Golden Dawn rituals, along with a lot of people on YouTube and elsewhere I've found, the first thing you guys do is strip it of all context and significance and look at everything in these component parts as if they're just like separate from the entire stratus in which they are designed to function. Like, you don't talk about ever, like, when you talk about the different levels of rituals we have, there's very little mention, if any, of initiation. Why is that? Why do people expect, like, given how popular, especially in our culture these days, things like closed systems are, which the Golden Dawn is distinctly closed system, and cultural appropriation are, which is something I distinctly think is fucking stupid, because that's not how culture works. Look at history. See history for confirmation. Is it Judaism or Babylonian mysticism? Who knows?
Yes,
we don't know.
My favorite closed system.
So yeah, I mean, not all things are closed. Anyway, so it's funny to see so many people just picking the Golden Dawn apart piecemeal and then assessing it on whatever terms they set for it, without considering that there's a broader system, a broader hermetic spirituality that is all deeply embedded in, and certainly discounting something Nick Farrell always points out, which is people are always looking for what the belief is or what the understanding is. But in the Golden Dawn, everyone's meant to have their own. You follow whatever your religion you follow. So the idea that what would mean something to you as a Jewish person or a Muslim or a Christian would mean the same to a pagan is absurd, right? Why would you ever expect us to interpret things the same way? And that is definitely one of the strengths of the Golden Dawn system, is that it is a system that includes and incorporates people with different religious views. As we say in the Neophyte initiation, the mitre-headed scepter, the hegemon representing your higher self holds, represents religion to guide and regulate life, right? Why would we say that if we're trying to usurp or replace your religion? We're not. We're trying to augment and enliven it.
So I definitely can't speak to the rest of the occult, the younger generation.
But you will, right?
Yeah, because I apparently speak with the voice and authority of God. So by the power of God invested in me, the thing about it is that I at least, amen. But the thing about it that's really, personally, I do this, right? I don't know about other people. I know that a lot of other people don't do this, but I personally try to understand things from a mechanic perspective and also the context, right? So I don't talk about initiations, not because I don't talk about initiations on the channel, because I just tell people, go fucking get initiated first. I just tell people to do that. And
really, yeah. See, I wish I could have watched every one of your videos before we talked, and I will keep consuming your content whenever I'm feeling especially hardy, thick-skinned.
Yes, some of it is definitely some of it is wrong on purpose. I get to throw in some blinds every now and again as a treat.
You naughty boy.
Yes, but it's pretty obvious when I do that, though. But one of the things that I personally at least try to do is I try to understand things from like the culture, like not the culture, the context, as well as the mechanics, right? One of the biggest sources of kind of the biggest sources of information I get from and I pull from on the channel, at least in the modern era, you know, I've got like 3 eras of how seriously am I taking the channel, but is the 3 books of occult philosophy. That book is all mechanics. That book is, here is how things work, and here is why people believed specific things, and here's what they believed, and it is very much a mechanics first book, right? So when I try to explain things, I'm trying to explain it from, okay, if we can understand what we're doing from a mechanics perspective, right? I should be able to have a conversation with somebody else based on those mechanics of what they're doing, right? We might have different terms for it, but effectively, if I understand the mechanics and you understand the mechanics, our perspective on the mechanics might be different, but we at least know what the other person is trying to say, right? So that is a good reason of why people ignore that's a good reason of why at least some people look at the mechanics of it. At least I do. Now, go ahead.
No, go for it.
Now, as for the divorcing it from the culture, I don't try to do that, but I also realize that I am not an infallible human being, despite the fact that I talk like one. So when I'm going through and I'm trying to like reconnect of like, hey guys, remember, just because you think this is the way that things are, the original writers had it there for a reason. And if you don't understand the reason that they had it there, don't fucking change it. Right? Because, you know.
Good rule of thumb.
Yeah. And so
we like to think of it as getting a baseline for the system you're working in as well, the grimoire or the practice or the technique.
Yes.
Like get a baseline for what it was, you know, because if you don't do what someone outlines and shows you how to do, and you change it and you never try what they recommend, how do you know you're getting the most out of it? Doesn't it make sense to try it first?
It's the thing of when you go in like, okay, I've read the book. I understand it completely. You end up being that boss who goes in, completely tries to change everything, and breaks the entire system.
Okay.
So like that is why I do try to remember the cultural context, right? Like I do try to remember the context of, okay, this is a Thalemic thing. This is a Golden Dawn thing. Now, sometimes I will admit I get it wrong sometimes, because sometimes the Thelema stuff mixes with the Golden Dawn stuff and vice versa. And the problem is sometimes those just look so similar, it's really hard to tell. Unless there's like the Star Ruby, Star Sapphire, right? If Scott Stenwick is talking about the LBRP, I might misinterpret that as being Golden Dawn, right?
Well,
But
that's where context comes in and culture comes in, right? If
Yeah.
it's a Thelemic person talking about it, then they're probably not familiar with the Golden Dawn context, you can assume, right? Like, and someone asks, why is cultural context so important? Gridless, all right, thanks. So why does it matter? Because there's an ecosystem that you're doing this thing in, and the ecosystem or the culture within the Golden Dawn is hermetic. Right. So it all goes back to these hermetic texts. We have to write papers on those texts to graduate different grades, usually, often. And much of the system is drawing on the language and spirituality of the Hermetica. And so when you strip that and put it into a different religion, like Thelema or any other religion, it kind of falls apart, right? It doesn't make, and then you interpret it in the new context, it doesn't really make sense. And that's fine. Maybe you can remodel to your own context. That's what Thelema did. But then when you try and interpret the original meaning of it, like, so trying to interpret the Bornless is almost identical in Thelema as it is in the Golden Dawn. And that's why people don't understand when I say it's so absurd to hear, Marco Visconti explaining the Golden Dawn Bornless ritual, because he's never done it. He's never been in the Golden Dawn. He's never been in that ecosystem. He's never had those vows. He's never had the same intention that the system has as the intention of spiritual development, because he's in Thelema. They have a different intention. They're all about the true will. That's not a thing in the Golden Dawn. We're not trying to do anything with our true will. That's never there. In the Thelema, they're all about the Holy Guardian Angel. There's not a single reference to the Holy Guardian Angel in all of Golden Dawn literature. Why? Because that's not a thing for our system. That's not a goal that we have, right? So when you then take the Bornless and take it out of the Golden Dawn, you're aiming at Holy Guardian Angel, you're aiming at true will. That's not what we're doing with it, right? And that changes, even though it's the same ritual, changes everything. Changes everything.
There was I'm pretty sure this was
Hermeticism. Sorry, someone says Hermeticism predates Christianity. No, Hermeticism comes out of the Renaissance, Italian Renaissance, and the first Christian Hermetist is Lodovico Lazzarelli. Finally found a copy of his only translated works. Took me 15 years to get a copy. And Hermeticism is based on the reemergence of the Hermetica writings, the Hermetist writings of Alexandria in the 3rd century, 2nd, 3rd century. So it's after Christianity, even in its earliest form. There's no evidence of Hermetic thought because it comes out of the failing Egyptian temple system. And we can talk more about that some other time. I do all the time on the channel. So sorry for that. I just wanted to clarify that for our audience so they can follow along with us.
Yeah, and that is incredibly important. Like one of the first, the two main things that when people ask me for books, the first things I recommend are some kind of initiation system and go read the Corpus Hermeticum. Right. Go read the Corpus Hermeticum is usually
these days read the new Corpus Hermeticum, the new version of the Corpus
what is
Hermeticum.
The new Corpus Hermeticum?
Hermetica 1 by Dr. M. David Litwa. I don't have it on this computer. I'd play the promo video I have for it. Actually, I think I can access it somewhere else. Let's take a short break and have us all get educated on the Corpus Hermeticum. I think I can switch to. I think I can do this. Hold on. I think I can. I just have to switch to.
This done.
I have to switch to the Arcana Synaxis setup. So bear with me 1 second while I use my mastery of the internet. That'll change our view there. So that's expected. Okay, here we go. The Hermetic Bible has finally arrived. After publishing Hermetica 2 for Cambridge Press, Dr. M. David Litwa, Ph.D., published Post-Human Transformation in Ancient Mediterranean Thought, Desiring Divinity, and 1 or 2 other dozen major works, from early Christian studies to Gnosticism and the Hermetica. Dr. Litwa also teaches and translates Ancient Greek and Coptic. If you want to study more with him, join his Gnosis Academy, which meets monthly, and also you get to enjoy and participate in his many online recorded courses, getting a new one each month that you are a member. As a member myself, I can tell you these are well worth your while, and you get to explore and study with other like-minded people, scholars, and teachers themselves in many cases. Join the Gnosis Academy and get access to all of Dr. Litwa's work today, including an introductory course on the Hermetica, which follows the translation of the Stobaean fragments in Hermetica 2. But finally, the great announcement is here. The Hermetic Bible has arrived, and Dr. Litwa has retranslated the Hermetic fragments and the Nag Hammadi Coptic into a new Hermetica 1, ordered as a path of initiation, and now released in the definitive edition from Fount Unlimited, an offshoot of Anathema Publishing in Canada, with beautiful artwork by Jose Gabriel Alegria Sabogal. Explore Hermetica and the Way of Hermes by pre-ordering the limited edition hardcover today, which ships out this spring. The unlimited paperback will also be available, as well as the deluxe version, which is already sold out. Explore the Way of Hermes with Dr. M. David Litwa, and stay tuned for more exciting announcements from Fount Unlimited, Anathema Publishing, and the Gnosis Academy. Is that not one of the most exciting things since sliced bread? Hold on, it'll take 1 second for us to get back into normal mode. Boom, back to normal mode. How exciting is that?
That genuinely looks sick. Like that actually looks amazing.
Right? And so this is the last time I'll ever play that video, actually, because 2 days ago, they announced only 40 copies of this limited hardcover back. They regretted not making twice as many because they didn't know how popular it would be, and they didn't know how much promotion I was going to be doing. Like, I made a whole promotion video using the Highlander intro from the original movie, but changed it from Highlander to Hermetica 1. And a bunch of people who had never seen the movie were like, "That's a bad choice of music. You ruined the video." It's like, it's the Queen intro to Highlander. But I guess you've never seen the movie, so I guess that's why they did the remake, and they shot the big battle scene just down the street from here where I sit.
Yeah, that.
So get your copy before it's too late from Fount ULTD. Don't get a copy because I want to get one more. So they'll probably be sold out by the end of the stream because I played that. There's probably like 10 copies left. You can watch the Highlander trailer on my channel. If I play it now, then we'll lose all revenue from this stream because of copyright. It'll all go to Queen, which honestly would be an honor. But I'm hosting events in person in Austin in June, so we need every cent you can donate to creating in-person live events and getting us crazy people together to do hardcore stuff. If you check out EnochiaCon.com, we have Scott Stenwick doing an in-person guided workshop of practical magic using the Enochian cacodemons to get rich. Tell me that's not fucking crazy, but awesome.
I literally was wondering how to do that at one point. So if you can go,
he's figured it out. He wants.
Dude.
He thinks everyone can use it to get rich. He thinks everyone can, and there's only 20 seats in that classroom. So go to EnochiaCon.com and sign up today. Yeah, it's gonna be crazy. Even I won't get to be in that workshop because I'm running the event. So I'm gonna be like, Scott, can I slip my iPhone in the corner and record it? No, He'll just have to teach me how to do it himself. But I'm very jealous that I'm putting on all these events that I won't get to attend all of.
It's the curse of hosting.
No one was hosting the kind of conference I wanted to attend, Like, so it's like, I guess that's when God is choosing you. It's like, got to make your own party.
Hey, man, got to be the change you want to see in the world. All that jazz.
We definitely were lacking annual conferences and workshops that were like serious academia and serious magic combined with practical as well as hardcore academics. It didn't exist. So that's why I created the Arkane Research Society in 2019.
Very glad that the two formerly separate things are coming together, scholarship and practical occultism.
It's been interesting. Everyone's gotten along well, but hopefully you'll get out to one of our events one of these years.
Hopefully when I regrow my face after a tragic deal with an angel. Yep, that's the bit.
What were we talking about before? Hermetica. So that's the ecosystem, right? So that's the book to get now. And also, so it will be out as soon as the hardcover sells out. A beautiful paperback will be coming out. And Fount Unlimited is an offshoot of Anathema, different approach, but the inside of the book is gorgeous. The printing will be affordable for the paperback. The deluxe edition sold out instantly, of course, the $1,000 deluxe edition. But here's some other good news that they're happy to tell you. One of the deals Dr. Litwa made was to, when he signed with them, was to allow the audiobook of that translation, the Hermetica one, to remain available on Audible. And I did the narration for that here with a $1,000 microphone and a nice home studio setup. And spent 3 months recording the 75,000 word document for him for Audible which is peak professional restrictions and requirements. So I'm very proud of it. So you can go to Audible, get an account and get it for free. Actually, I think I don't have an affiliate link or anything, but go check out my reading of Hermetica 1, and that's the best way to experience it, really. Also, you'll get a paperback copy as soon as it's out, I'm sure, or go get one of the beautiful hardcovers I showed you in that video. And check out Dr. Litwa's Gnosis Academy. I'm in it. We had our meeting just last night. It was fun. A lot of PhDs in there, and a lot of regular people who just love learning.
Very cool stuff. Cool stuff.
So you take it and put it into Thelema. It's just a different thing, right? Your goal is different. You're not doing the same thing. Are two runners running the same race if they're going to different goals? Like, they're both running, but they're not running the same race. They're ending up in different places.
I read a write-up from Rigardi. It was in like a version of Rigardi's Golden Dawn, right? Where he basically says Thelema takes the grade work of the Adeptus minor grade, takes all the side quests and like all the minor things and turns it into a religion, right?
Yeah. Well, but it changes it. It doesn't just turn it into a religion, because you could already treat that as your religion if you don't have a formal religion, right? You could do that de facto. But he changes it so it's speciated and can't be compatible in the reverse form, which means it can't absorb into its original state. He changes it by making it thelemic.
And there's this weird thing of one of the things I mentioned before is I very much try to do Golden Dawn style stuff, right?
Well, you do, clearly you do. And everyone should, even if you're running off and doing your own thing with it. The Golden Dawn tradition has a very positive attitude toward people adapting it and using it for their own purposes.
And I will say, like, one of the funny things is there's always a question of like, okay, you get in touch with their holy guardian angel. Cool. What does that look like and how do you do it? Right? Because
the Abramelin.
I mean, the Abramellin's not hard.
There are all these things. Doing the LRP is hard if you do it right.
I mean, everything is hard unless you know what you're doing, right? Like
that's my point. Well, no, it's hard if you know what you're doing.
Yes, if you're doing it right, everything is difficult. what was it?
It's like a friend of mine used to mock me on my bicycle because I had more speeds than her when we'd go around the seawall. She's like, it's easier for you because you have those speeds. I'm like, that's not what I'm doing. I'm using the speeds to maximize the strain on my muscles so I get the best workout.
Yeah.
So there's two ways. You have the same tool, but there's two very different ways of using it.
And it's one of those things because I think the Holy Guardian Angel one is very interesting. Because
it's fascinating, yeah.
Because the Holy Guardian Angel, from the Thelemic perspective, and from my perspective, are so different, right? Because there's a lot of people who come to my channel and they're very Thelemic minded. And they're like, okay, when do I get in touch with the Holy Guardian Angel? And it's like, okay, cool. What does the planet Mars do in astrology? What does the element of water do? Okay, cool. If you don't know how the divine works, why are you getting a personal teacher if you don't know the basics? Right? That's
well, a big part of the reason in the HGA and the Arbatel Grimoire is similar, and a lot of Arbatel people won't like me saying this, so
I'm technically one of them, so say it.
Okay, isn't that different to Skirlin in the True Grimoire? Not because they're similar spirits, but because they're both intercessory spirits that help you submit and work with the Demon Kings and the other Kakudaimones of the Grimoire, right? You submit the chief spirits, and then you can control and demand things of the lesser spirits under them, whether it's whatever form. I don't even want to say those names, but yeah. So that's a major reason for it, to work with the magical system of that Grimoire, which is Goetia.
It's so weird because I'm convinced there's like an egregore for the Arbatel, right?
Definitely, of course.
And the egregore is, everyone is going to misunderstand what the Arbatel is unless they're planning on doing it. I'm convinced of that one, because everyone is like, oh, the Arbatel is the best way to get your Holy Guardian Angel. And it's like, did you read it? Did you actually read it? Because that is not really what you're doing in that book. Like, a big portion of that book is dedicated to, okay, you've bound the demons. Here's how to get them to do cool stuff for you, right? Because
I can't speak to the Arbatel because I haven't done it, so I'm not a good person to speak to it. But theoretically, I can give you my thoughts.
I would love your I've done the Arbatel. The way that happened was weird. But I've done the Arbatel. I was like, oh yeah, I'll just put off doing the Arbatel, and I was doing my magical operations, and then right before my 25th birthday, the spirits were like, hey, so Easter Sunday's the Sunday after your birthday. I'm like, oh, okay. I see where we're going here. So I had, I spent the last, month up to that point, oh God, am I really going to, turn 25 and then do the Arbatel? And then, I had a moment where, it was, in the middle of winter. It was, the last full moon, and it was this picturesque view, and it was like, okay, yeah, I'm committing to this. And then that's, it was kind of the last ditch effort of, oh, am I going to fully just embrace being an occultist? And the answer was yes. And it was this, I had this, it was just I was looking out, and it was beautiful. I was looking out of this lake. There was a moon, the full moon was above, dead center of this lake, and the moon was reflected in 3 ways on the ground. Right. And I'm like, well, if that's not a sign from God, I don't know what is. Right. So I ended up doing the Arbatel at literally 2 days after I turned 25, started the Arbatel. Was miserable, but I got through it.
Here's a question to address. Angelo says, HGA, in my opinion, is the Holy Spirit. Well, the problem with that is you can say all spirits are part of God, because God, Holy Spirit is God, right? It's an aspect of God. Just like if you're doing Trinitarian, like when you say Holy Spirit, I assume you're talking Trinitarian theology, because that's where it exists. Otherwise, you might say Shekinah or energy or something else. But Holy Spirit refers to the third Trinity of God. And even in Christianity, the HGA is not the Holy Spirit. It's the specific angel that is your holy guardian angel. So it's definitely not the Holy Spirit. And those sort of categories are universal in these traditions. But, you know, ultimately, it's all part of the one. So I suppose you could think that way, and it's not going to do you any harm. What do you think?
I mean, if we zoom out, everything is all one, right? Like, that's the whole
right.
thing.
Yeah, but then you get into issues of what is oneness, and you have like Gnostic Christian ideas of henosis, where we all get consumed into the one. Then you have Hermetic views like theosis, where we don't get consumed in the one, where we remain individuated within the one as star gods and as ascended beings, as angels.
It's
different completely incompatible points of view.
I am a divine apotheosis enthusiast. I believe that, you know, if we get high enough in our you know, spiritual development, we can become like our own versions of angels, and then hopefully we don't have to be the HGAs for other people, and then we end up having to teach them. You know, the cycle continues. Everything is recycled, and all that fun jazz.
Yeah. Someone else asks, can we say spirits, HGA, etc., are aspects of the mind? Well, no, we don't believe that, because, you know, your mind is localized and it's your mind, whereas these beings have their own minds and their own existence outside of us. Now, if you mean mind in the sense of nous, or the great concept of all one mind, like Lon Milo Duquette likes to say, it's all in your head, you just don't know where your head is, sure. But then you're just changing the category of what mind is so that it subsumes everything else. And you can do that with any term. You can say all is good, right? Even evil.
I don't know, man. Whenever it's like, oh, everything is of the mind. It's like, okay, well, are we talking like the divine mind, or are we talking like psychological? Because
it's not very helpful in English because of the way in which we interpret mind. Now, if you're talking in German, say we just said all this in German, we'd be saying for the words, imagine this in German. For spirit and mind, we'd both be saying the same word, Geist, which is the root of our English word ghost. Imagine we were trying to have this conversation in German, we're like, nein, Geist ist, was du gedenken ist. And as nee, Geist ist Gott ist der Heilige Geist. Like, we're saying the same word. It would be very confusing. So much of this is linguistically based when it comes to terminology and categorization. And I think that's where we need to keep ourselves open-minded about the limitations of language, and also realize that what's in a name is not always what is said. What is in a name is often the thing that name points to that we can't name.
The alternate timeline where we're having this podcast in German probably goes so hard.
Especially the swearing. Du Schatzenficker.
Probably. Oh man, I wish I actually committed to learning German.
This is eine wunderschöne Sprache. Yeah, fun times. Yeah, I went to Waldorf school. That's why I know it, because grade 6 onward, German class every day, along with French. But you know, French can touche mon cul. Here's another. We got some questions. Let's do some questions, then we'll dive back into another full topic. Occultology says, I don't know about the HGA, but the first time I did acid, let's give you that kind of night. The voice of my higher self energetically bitch slapped me. That sounds like acid to me.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
The angels I've spoken with have had individual voices sounding male and female. Yeah, we cognize them only as we can. And also our interpretation of how the gender of the angel's voice can tell us something about how the angel appears to us. You know how, Frater Dave, you know how there's this tendency to just summon spirits, and then whether you think they're there or not, demand they do one of the things you read they can do?
Oh, yeah. And
what happened to asking them, what are you able or willing to do for me? You know, I always like to take that approach. Like, hey, I don't assume just because I've been declaring myself to be Moses and Jesus and Jehuti and all these great gods during the invocation of calling you so that you might actually show up, doesn't mean I'm going to pretend like you're going to serve me like my little bitch. You know, especially we're talking about a great spirit.
There was
like
a
Jehuti or Michael.
There was a period of time where I was adding what is your abilities to my spirit tests. That had some very strange results.
That is standard. That's
Yeah.
I mean, that's why when you see really veteran conjurers like John R. King III talking to spirits, you see him going systematically through those questions. This is where the strength of ceremonial magic in the Grimoire tradition is really strong. Like, we follow these systematic things, and you can see that all throughout the Golden Dawn. That's where the Golden Dawn gets this stuff from, is the grimoires, right? So those habits are really good habits. And one thing that you were mentioning earlier about people starting off with chaos magic usually and stuff is you don't learn any of these stodgy old traditional formalities, and you end up often sometimes getting in hot water.
It's so annoying because everyone is basically reverse engineering the Solomonic tradition from first principles. That's really what we're doing in the background. Because like I will go through and people will be like, oh, well, how do you know your spirit tests are working? And I'm like, okay, go ask this spirit for what zodiac sign it was in on a day before you were born, right? And then go check that, because we have the astrology programs that will show you that, right? So you can just go back and check that. And people will hear that and go, oh, that's insanely, like, how'd you come up with that? And it's like, well, if the spirits are real, they should be able to do that. And they should be older than me. So prefer, unless they're like a servitor or something.
So this comment I have on screen is, and then which HGA are you talking about? Well, that's actually a fun question for you to ask, because, one thing I do with talking with Thalemic friends now often, because again, of the HGA thing, I said this to Eleftheria in our group chat just today earlier. I was like, I referenced my HGAs, and I do that just to bug them a bit, these Abramelin guys and HGA people, because as far as I can tell, I have a few that I work with, and because I got one from working with the Shemha Mefresh system via Hockley and Sibley. I've gotten other ones through Arbatel workings, and I have spirits that I've been working with since before I got into ceremonial magic, when I was raised in Maharishi yoga from age 7 onward, right? So there's spirits I met through deep meditation twice a day, and would help me out in my life or give me guidance or just show up during the course of my day, and I know there's something there, and I just start talking to it. Like, I know I sound like a crazy person, but I mean that's the deal, I guess.
Frater, the thing is, the Grimoire magicians don't want you to know this. The Holy Guardian Angels are free. You can take them home with you. I have 17 Guardian Angels. But
have you bound them all into what's those things everyone has in boxes behind them on YouTube?
Yeah, they're all in coops behind me.
What are those toys you get in boxes that everyone had? Pops?
The Funko Pops.
Did you bind them all to Funko Pops?
Yeah, they're all in Funko Pops behind me. No, but depending on the interpretation of Holy Guardian Angel, like the Ars Paulina has some. There's the Angels of the Nativity. Like, there's the Abramelin one, which is the big one that everyone talks about. The entire understanding of okay, what does Holy Guardian Angel mean, right? There's about 70, depending on which grimoire you go to. So saying that there's one is kind of a misnomer, and you're kind of limiting yourself if you say there's only one type.
Right, and are you referring to only the Holy Angel? I think some people argue you're referring to the Holy Angel that Agrippa talks about. Archivos Ether, good to see you in the chat, brother. The Holy Angel, the Nativity Angel, and then there's another one. I think there's 3 angels that Agrippa talks about. You should check out Dr. Sledge's free YouTube course on Agrippa, because he actually has the opposite opinion about the 3 books of philosophy as you, and I'd really be curious to see what you think of that.
I remember watching his I watched it when it first started, and it was just the intro. I genuinely love his work. His work is great.
Yeah.
You know, I watch him all the time whenever it's some topic I like or I'm interested in.
Hey, I like him so much I flew him to Vancouver to hang out with me.
Hey man.
No, I mean to give a lecture at a conference. Sorry.
Same difference, really. But
it was just a coincidence we spent the night after drinking.
I'd love to know what his. I'll probably check it out because because I would love to hear what his opinion is because
he believes they're not presenting a group of technical skills like you were saying, but as an overarching worldview, which is Hermetic Christianity, which he believed was the ultimate form of Christianity.
Yeah, it is that. It's a little bit of both, in my opinion. He tries to teach it through the mechanics.
Yeah, well, he's clear that he can't do it because he's not holy enough. He says this a lot in the early draft, I believe, where this is not for him to do all this stuff, but he's compiling it because he learned it, and his teacher was Trithemius, right? So yeah.
And Trithemius had some very interesting takes on his own.
Fascinating stuff. Yeah.
I think the intro, I think the Eric Purdue version still has this in the intro. He starts the book with saying, I really hope I didn't screw this up, but I'm going to put it out here and hope I'm as correct as God will allow me to be. Which is an amazing way of saying, hey, look, man, don't take all of this at face value, especially because he has sections of the book where he just goes, I'm done talking about this. Go read somebody else. Which there's a section on when the moon is strong that I had to recently look up. And he literally says, I'm done talking about astrology. Go read an astrologer. Goodbye. And it's like, yeah. So I think there is some credence to that. I think there is some credence to that, but he's trying to make a point the best way he can, and we shouldn't fault him for that, but he did make some obvious mistakes at some points. Shout out to the Necromancy chapter.
Yeah, it's been a long time since I tried to work out of Agrippa. I just reference him a lot, but haven't read through the new Purdue translation. Of course I have. Sledge's course is great. We touched on Solomonic magic there briefly, and it's good to talk. We should talk about that a bit more because you mentioned it as a tradition that we can get right or not. But the new whole premise right now is that tradition, the idea of this through line, doesn't actually exist, and the grimoires are compiled in much more relative terms to the context and resources in which each compiler made them. Thank you very much for the super chats, people. It really is life-changing. It helps a lot. If you can't afford super chats, like videos, liking my videos, like Amateur Magus's videos. Liking videos in the new algorithm can literally change a person's life. It's crazy. Go through their videos and like them all. It's crazy how much an effect that has these days, especially with long form content under attack by shorts. So if you want to make YouTube what you want it to be, go play a part. And thank you everyone for the support. So do you know the meme I'm gonna show you? Some people in the chat, do you know the meme? There's this, I made a fun meme out of the Solomonic magic debate. Oh boy.
I think you showed me this one before the...
No, okay, so I have multiple. I showed you one. I will show them the one. I'll show them the one that I showed you because Aaron Leach Facebooked me and was like, well, I guess my career's over now that Solomonic magic doesn't exist according to Dr. Gal Sofer and his absolutely excellent new book from Brill, Solomonic Magic. You can get it for the price of a kidney, down with academic publishing. But thank you for Dr. Sofer's work. He'll be on the show. That's when I finish his book. So I made a fun meme. Here we go.
Solomonic magic is not a thing.
There you go. Yeah. But it does free us from this idea that there is a true Solomonic tradition, right? And that is not a bad bit of news, in my opinion.
Yeah, I've kind of always viewed it this way, right? I've viewed it very much like the Hermetic texts of, did King Solomon write everything? Obviously not. Now, is it possible that different authors were like divinely inspired by like the myth of Solomon? Maybe. That seems to be a little bit more credible, I'd say.
Yeah,
Is there,
unlike
like
King David, we have no evidence Solomon ever lived. He may have been a constructed myth within Judaism.
I thought there was evidence, but he was much smaller.
He's still considered mythical. Or no, he's considered legendary.
Yeah.
Here's how you do it, people. Moses is mythical. Solomon is legendary. David is historical.
Okay.
According to our best knowledge at present. And the
Yeah.
pyramids are obviously spaceships.
True facts on that last one.
Only the facts, baby.
Yes, that only the facts. Everything we say is 1000% true. No ifs, ands, or buts. Yeah,
Frater, Dave, and RC destroyed the world with facts and logic.
Yes, everything we say is infallible. We're on the seat of the Pope. Not actually. But yeah, so I thought there was like a weird thing where Solomon was they discovered Solomon's was like actually just like a tribes leader that got overinflated. Could be wrong. But.
There's no archaeologists found a reference to a David, a king, I believe, and that's the only reason we know he's historical. So they haven't found the equivalent for Solomon at all. Unfortunately, it's so far back, man. Like maybe, but probably not, because we know they didn't have the kind of kingdom that they claim to have had under Solomon. No. That we know for sure. So how did you have a kingdom during the time in which you were basically tribes in the hills of Cana mixing with other tribes? It doesn't track. Just chronologically, historically. I've always viewed like the Solomonic tradition as like more like this. They're all books that are trying to take this idea of the mythological idea of Solomon, right? Maybe they did some evocations and was told like, oh, this is what Solomon did, right? The thing that really kind of cemented that was more in line with what the quote, quote, Solomonic tradition was for me was, and I could be wrong on this. There was like, I believe there's evidence, like textual evidence, that the Goetia, the Ars Goetia that was translated by Mathers, was originally based on the Pseudomonarchia, right? And then that is a parody, right? So if it's a parody, it was written as a joke of like, oh yeah, the demons have all these hierarchies and there's 72, haha.
But it's like, okay, if that's a parody, what is it parodying, right? Like, what is it copying out of? So,
well, the Shem HaMephoresh, because the Christians turned the 3-letter trigrams of the Jewish Shem HaMephoresh into angels, into a system of Christian angel magic, and Johann Reuchlin is the main guy behind that in his De Arte Kabbalistica, which is in English. You can get that in English. Unlike De Verbo Mirifico and the whole Yod He Shin Vav He thing, that's still not out of Latin. So Johann Weyer was showing a parallel to that. But then, then Rud went and worked that as a system using the Shem angels to compel the 72 goetic spirits correspondingly. And a lot of people swear by that. So that's fine. Again, it's the map, not the territory.
Well, that's a mind blow moment. I've been like thinking that the Pseudomonarchia has like a precursor book, like a precursor demonology book, where he was getting all these demons from.
No, he just compiled them into that list as a,
right. And that's what I'm saying. Like, what lists did he use?
That's a whole other topic. Yeah.
I've got to finish Pandemonium. I've got to finish Jake Stratton Kent's Pandemonium. That'll probably give me all the info I need, and they'll be like, oh yeah, by the way, here's all the stuff in the Goetia.
Yeah, that's a great book. Yeah, Kent is a good one to have explored the history of the Goetia, right? You don't have to agree with all of his arguments, of course, but he definitely will cause you to think about our presuppositions that have governed a lot of the popular interpretations we're wrestling with today.
Yeah.
Angelo, no, the spirit register of the 72 was made as a joke by Johann Weyer, and we know that because he said so, right? He like showed it to Agrippa, or was it Agrippa? Richard or something? Yeah, I think he showed it to Agrippa as so we know in the time. Sledge did a whole thing on this, on the history of it, right? So something that started as sort of a mockery became a real practice. Similar to the Scots discovery of witchcraft, like witchcraft is bad, and here's how you do it step by step. And out of that text is where we get the tracing of pentagrams in the air.
Love drawing shapes in the air. Fantastic.
That's where it comes from. The Golden Dawn didn't make it up. It comes from Scott's discovery of witchcraft. Yeah, spirit names are often distorted pagan god names or older names. That's very common, you know. And how you how you interpret that's up to you. Depends on your religion.
I think the big misconception is believing that they're all pagan gods. That's the big misconception.
Occultology says it's almost like we're making up as we go, except we're definitely not, because we're continuing and part of a living tradition of humanity that is very rich and deep and problematic, and probably, unfortunately, just more complex than most people are willing to take the time to understand. But when you take the time to study something deeply, like I have with Hermetism and Hermeticism and its various estuaries, you get a very concrete sense of that stream of and tradition that you're a part of. And so I think there's a tremendous beauty in going deep with these traditions and understanding their depths. For example, right, in the debate of the HGA and all of this sort of higher self stuff, in the Hermetica, it's very clear what the thing is. And that's what the Golden Dawn has kept the same from the Hermetica onward, is the thing. What is the thing you're trying to do? You're trying to follow the way of Hermes, open yourself up to uniting your soul so that your holy daimon, which is your nous, your intuition is how you experience it, but it's your nous, and that it can then come and connect with your soul so that when you die, rather than just dissolving back into nature, as I interpret the Hermetica, your soul then rises up and unites with your daimon, through your nous, and becomes even better than like the star gods and the angels, because you're not just then reborn with your tunic of fire as a star god, like a star god or an angel, but you're twice a god, because you previously were a dying god. You were a god of the earthly realm, this mortal human being. And we know from the Kabbalah, even they have the choir of angels of Malkut as the Ishim, which doesn't mean flaming ones. That would be Eshim. It means men. So the men are the angels of Malkut, right? Humanity is the angels of Malkut. And so we're dying gods who then can become like the star gods in the Hermetic tradition. And so that's a very distinct, you can see. So how do you introduce something like the Holy Guardian Angel into that? Well, you can imagine finding ways to, but again, it would remain a distinct spirit, it seems to me, from the daimon that is the nous. What do you think?
It's weird because
you see the issue there, right?
Yeah.
It's an interesting
even
issue.
in my original, when I was going through and trying to like figure out, okay, what is the HGA, right? Because like I was trying to go through and figure this out. It's like, okay, I think I came down to like, okay, there's 3 different things that all have the same name as Holy Guardian Angel, but they're all different, slightly different, but they all have one thing in common of they're trying to teach you how to be more divinely, how to elevate spiritually. They're all tutelary spirits, except for the Arbatel one, which is also trying to do that, but also teaching you how to work with a bunch of cool demons as well. But you go through like the Ars Pauline, what was it? I think the Book of Oberon has one as well. Your quote, quote, good angel, Agrippa. All of these have different definitions. And then you go back to the Hermeticum and the Hermetica. Probably going to switch those up every so often when I try to say it, but it doesn't matter. It's one of those things of you go through and it's like, okay, that's what we're trying to do, right? We're trying to get in touch with these higher spiritual, like divinely aligned, as one person in the comment section said, higher level spiritual beings, and we're trying to elevate ourselves and work through all of our, because even in the Hermetic tradition, and like nature's messy, like the element of earth is gross, right? There's, depending on your invocation of the element of earth, it literally is referred to as gross matter, right? Which is not what everyone thinks it means, but linguistic drift has made that a little bit funny. It's like, oh yeah, gross matter.
Well, earth includes decomposition and decay, and a lot of heavy stuff. That's why we see certain spirits as earthy or chthonic or lower. That's how we often see a lot of the Enochian spirits as being angels of decomposition, angels of diseases, angels of rocks and gems and stones, kakodaimones of gems and stones, which apparently Scott Stenwick has figured out how to use to make you into a millionaire. So check out EnochiaCon.com to sign up for our conference. I mean, it's not my claim, it's his, but I don't disbelieve him. The guy's a millionaire, so if he's saying it, he's saying it. Yeah, most magicians who tell you that you can use magic to get rich aren't already millionaires. So it's different when a millionaire says, "I can show you what to do." Like, okay, let's do it. Like, full faith, let's go. The events I could put on with that kind of money would be revolutionary, right? Can you imagine the events that I would throw if money wasn't an issue? Oh my God. You don't know me well, but my whole career's been as an entertainer.
I think my Jupiter Talisman only got me $500,000, so he's doing better than I am.
Did it?
Yeah, through inheritance.
Oh, did you pull a Rufus Opus? Burn down your house?
No, thank God. Literally what
Not
happened,
that Rufus Opus did that. He didn't do that. He just no grandma.
Yeah, no. Fairly recently, a couple months ago.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah, no. Last year, my after I had the Jupiter Talisman, money started rolling in. I was about to expand like the channel into different occult enterprises, as you would, and then my father passed away. Rest in peace.
So sorry.
Yeah,
very painful.
So.
I had a hard loss 2 years ago of my sister, so I feel you, man. It's unspeakable.
Yep, it's not great, but it is what it is, and it was kind of terrible because at the time I had done the day it happened, I had done an operation involving a Goetic king who was not in the Abramelin. He's the one that's not of the 7 deadly sins, so that narrows it down if you're familiar with your demonology lore. And I was done, and I literally, after I get the call and I rush to the hospital, I get home, go to my altar, and I'm like, if you did this, I'm going to cause you so much suffering. You're going to wish that you had never done this, right? I'm going to be... And then, of course, usually when I go off the handle like that, the angels are like, okay, get back, steer. No. Which the worst possible thing you can do after getting in touch with their holy guardian angel is asking, did I cause this? And the angel going, no, and it happened at the best possible time as a courtesy. That hurts. That just hurts. Yeah. Death as an occultist is always the worst.
My little sister's death 2 years ago had a connection to ritual work, Enochian ritual work I was doing for her. Not in a bad way. She wanted more work in her career because she needed more shifts as a psychologist. So I got her those, but the spirits warned me of her death in advance, like with details. And I told her them because she's also a trained Golden Dawn magician. And so we would talk openly about this stuff. And she was like, yeah, it was fucking brutal, man. Fucking brutal.
Oh, man. Yeah, fortunately for me, it wasn't connected to my ritual work. It just looked like it was because it happened the same day. but like,
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like mine wasn't connected to
Yeah,
it causally, you know, but it was like I was warned 6
you
months in
kind of
advance,
wish it was,
and it was
right?
right. And it was right.
Like you kind of wish it was, because you get to feel bad. But if it's like, no, this was unrelated, this is just coincidence, right? Like this just kind of happened at the same time. It's like, okay, well, that doesn't make me feel better, right?
Yeah. I had the chance, of course, to try and do magic to stop it and couldn't. So you can imagine what, like, yeah, that fucked me up a little bit. Just a little bit.
No,
like,
there was no chance. There was no chance. It literally just happened. And
the problem is, I think the only way I could have stopped it is to override free will. And I don't do that. We don't do that in the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, no.
You know, we just don't. Like, I, in retrospect, though, do I wish I had said to that spirit, do whatever it takes to stop this from happening, no matter what the cost? But you see, magicians like me, we have vows so that we never say stuff like that, because then whatever happens is on you.
There's one of my favorite things,
and just doing it is evil because you're overriding a free will. Sorry, I want that to be clear for people. It's not that the results are just on you. That act is an evil act. To attempt to overrule someone's will and choices in life at all is evil. Even if their choices are harmful.
There's a weird thing of
or risky, I should say.
Yeah. One of the crazy things is, you know, I've finished the Arbatel and got in touch with my HTA, and I was literally like basically like interrogating my HTA of like, is there anything I could have done? Right? Because like it happened and I was like in utter shock, right? But it was one of those things of like, there's nothing you could have done. In fact, if you had done magic, it would have been worse. Which is like, okay, well, that's not. And then thinking back on it, like it literally happened at the best possible time. If it was going to happen that week, it happened at the best possible time. If it happened that day, it happened at the best possible time. But it was like, you know, I'm still not happy about it. Right. But yeah, so that's, and literally, I got told, no, the Jupiter Talisman is not going to cause anything, but it will turn misfortune into financial prosperity, because that's what you made it for. So yeah, you're muted.
Sorry about that. Yeah, if you got $500,000, man, I hope you put that into like oil stocks or something.
Oh, it's already in stocks. It's good now.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
S&P, baby.
Yeah. Fortunately, everyone I know who ended up making the Jupiter Talisman when I was advocating for those experiments did end up getting those kind of financial prosperity windfalls. Like a bunch of people had their, like, you know, they got a bunch of new jobs and their like student loans were paid off like through various means. And that was amazing to see. It's like, okay, well that teaches me magic is real. It's beautiful to see when you're teaching magic and people do the magic and then they have the success you want them to have. That's wonderful.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, people always want to know, give us examples of when it worked. It's like
I mean, I can give like 5 offhand.
Most of us stopped keeping track decades ago, or even thinking in those terms. But like, sure, you want to give some examples? People love that shit. Give some examples.
So
then we have an awesome question from Angelo.
Okay.
Throw some pearls to these
So first off is magic only works if you do the magic, right? That's number one. And 2,
agreed.
When one of the things I wanted to do was when I'm a slightly selfish person. One of the biggest things that I hate in magic is when people are complaining about being broke if you can do magic to fix it, especially when there's a perfect talisman election for making a bunch of money or getting rid of financial issues, right? I've got a bit of maybe a controversial opinion. I don't know if it's controversial, of Jupiter is both the planet of expansion and freedom, right? So if you're using Jupiter for freedom from money, that's even better. So you can just go through and experience new things without having to worry, right? That's what Jupiter ultimately wants you to do, is experience cool things like being on a really nice podcast. Yeah. So that kind of stuff is always interesting. So what I did was, in a very selfish way, I started going to my friends who are occultists. If you do not make this talisman and you complain to me about money, I am going to personally laugh in your face from now on. And only one person even dared try to question me of like, wait, what do you mean there's like a financial prosperity thing that I can just do? Everyone who has done it, financial prosperity has gotten in. Like, of the people who have done it, right? Only one person has had issues, and that was because they messed up on the talisman. They fixed it. Instantly within the week, they have gotten a new job. That happened this week. If you know who you are, you know who you are. But that was kind of funny. So other people have been like, hey, other people have been reaching out of like, hey, thank you for making me do this. Or, hey, it's working too well. My business is doing too well. And I'm like, oh, first world problems, buddy. Those people know who they are as well. But it's one of those things of, you can get, if you, I'm very unique in the occult scene. I've realized of, I can just kind of tell people, hey, you should probably do this, and get people to, I can get like a minor, small sample size of occultists to do an experiment, right? Which
I was going to say it's because you're unique because you're the only person who swears more than me or Ike Baker.
I was raised by like a family of sailors. They were all in the Navy. That's what it was.
That explains it.
Yeah, it happens. So, my bad.
Yeah,
it's why
Ike and I come out of, we're professional musicians most of our adult lives, so it's like we're like, if we the amount we swear is it's so cut down from what we're used to. I'm
also a New Yorker, so like I'm raised by sailors in New York. We use it as we use it as commas, dude. Like that's what it.
Yeah,
it's not even. But yeah,
here's a great question that leads into many other questions I have for you. Again, I have 1,000 questions for you. Where did the Heptarchia system come from DUs? So we've gone over the fact that you thought that, and again, I don't blame you for thinking this because most people don't know, but you thought that the Golden Dawn didn't have the Heptarchia.
Quick question. Can we take a quick break so I can run and come back? Because
and we can use meme magic to channel our grief of our lost family members through this wonderful meme, and then I'll play an ad. So go.
Yeah, if you can do a quick ad break.
Here's our meme magic to purge our trauma.
My emotions.
The Arkane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
Are you back? All right, he's still gone. I can play you more. I need to get more memes. Let me play you the full one, because this promotes his book.
Solomonic magic is not a thing. That's the whole point of the title. I wanted to mislead the readers to think about Solomonic magic as a thing, but it's not a thing. And
all right. I think we're back. There you go. They're saying they love both our channels.
Okay, cool. Sorry about that.
Before we move on to say more about the Heptarchia, a friend of mine got a Jupiter talisman made by a great magician. I think I can share this without too many details. And then lost his sort of career. But here's the thing. When we talked about it, I wasn't that surprised, because I was like, well, you wanted to expand your life and your career to something great, sustainable, and fruitful, down like to what you're meant to be doing, right? From what you are doing. So it's, if you want to expand beyond what you're currently going to get from your current job and you do Jupiter work, it's a very good chance that you're going to have to lose that job to go to what you're meant to be doing, or something bigger, right? Especially if AI was coming for it anyway, and then that's what caused it, right? You got to be careful what you ask for, but also just accept that sometimes you need a kick in the butt to do what you're meant to be doing. Like, I got forced into this thing I'm doing now, which I love, by COVID, by lockdowns in Canada, which were 2.5 years. It was illegal to work or even see a friend. It was crazy, but it forced me to build this online world, and now I'm trapped here. Thanks. Just kidding. I love it. I love all of you. Thank you so much for being here. We got a lot more to talk about today. Hopefully you're up for it, Dave.
Yes. Sorry, I had to.
Yeah, no, it's all good.
Bit.
We can take as many breaks as you want. Yeah, good.
Oh man, I guess we should rip the Band-Aid off and just talk about the Heptarchia, huh?
Yeah, let's talk about the Heptarchia, because you made crazy claims that, well, you didn't. Most people don't know what's in the Golden Dawn, and the reason is because the only trace of the Heptarchia in the Golden Dawn is referenced in all the Adepts' diaries and stuff, talking about the lessons that Mathers wrote, training them in the Heptarchia. But the paper itself was destroyed, as far as we know. The paper, the main stuff that survived is the Golden Dawn stuff on the Watchtowers, and then the Golden Dawn stuff on the Aethers. And the Aether stuff survives only through Aleister Crowley, right? So that method of working with the Aethers in Crowley is how he was trained in the Golden Dawn, with a major exception. In the Golden Dawn, and most Enochian magicians do actually tend to agree on this, and that was your earlier point, that Enochian magicians don't agree on stuff. Well, it depends who you're hanging out with. If you're on like the main Enochian Facebook group, or talking with any of the main Enochian practitioners, like, there's a very strong consensus on most things. So it depends what community you come out of. If you're part of a newer, younger wave of occultism that hasn't necessarily been given the easiest access to what the previous generations of magicians have been doing. And that's one thing that we're fixing by doing all this shit we're doing here today. So
yeah,
don't worry, folks. It'll all be just a-okay. We'll get there.
We are getting there. So I feel like you'll enjoy this story a little bit. So the problem with my understanding of the Heptarchia was that for multiple years, people, you're trapped forever. Oh boy, that's pretty great.
They said Crowley rhymes with holy. Crowley said, if you think me holy, foully, call me Crowley. If you think me holy, call me Crowley. That's what Crowley said.
That's pretty good.
And I don't know is what covered in Melissa Seam's book. I'm reading it. I'm almost done. I was talking with her today. She'll be on the channel soon. Melissa Seams kicks butt. Get her book. Go get her book. It's called Light in Extension, and it's about the Horace Bradford Temple of the Original Order, and it has more color photos of a real Golden Dawn temple than we've ever had in history before now.
Sounds like good upcoming guests.
Yeah, so they called it the 7 days, something. The 7 days of creation is the way that the Golden Dawn looked at the Heptarchia. And you say in your video that it's not planetary, but it's explicitly planetary. What's up with that?
So
then we'll get back to the Aethers or whatever.
So, Here is where the entire rub comes in, and I just had this corrected 2 months ago. That video on Enochian came out, and like literally like a month later, it was corrected by somebody else, who also knows more Enochian than I do. So I spent a large portion of my occult journey with a bunch of misunderstandings about Enochian's involvement in the Golden Dawn. Okay. And so I'm just going to give you a little bit of the story, which, depending on how you view Mathers and Westcott, paints them in a bit of a better or worse light. So the understanding was this: Mathers and Westcott had access to Dee's original journals. Originally, I was told that they didn't, and then I got told that they did. So that was already up in the air.
Yeah, that's a filthy lie by the Aurum Solus to make it sound like their Enochian wasn't just ripped from the GD, which it was.
Yeah, I believe that. The Aurum Solus is great for a lot of things, but not all things. But Aurum Solus aside, so it was the idea that Mathers and Westcott had access to Dee's diaries, but they had to go through this process, and they were painstakingly trying to write them all down so they could go through them later. And then they found a grimoire which had enough of Dee's notes to where they thought it was correct, and then afterwards they didn't. I'm now pretty sure that is just some kind of other tradition's propaganda. But one of the things in that was there was at one point kind of like a missing link between there's some kind of protection system in the Golden Dawn, right? Or not in the Golden Dawn. There's some kind of protection system in Enochian, because I don't know if people know this. If you misuse Enochian, bad things happen. Bad things happen when you misuse any magical system, but, for some reason in Enochian, they seem to be a little bit worse.
I don't know of much evidence of that. I'd love to hear some. I mean, we tend to believe in our tradition that if things go bad, you have to be pretty powerful to make things go bad accidentally, because most of Magick is struggling really hard to make things happen at all. And if you could just willy-nilly something and have some effect, that's kind of shocking to a lot of us.
It's usually people.
Our tendency is to think that's someone who's just mentally unstable.
That's fair. That's a reasonable thing. Usually that's the people who end up misusing Enochian, funny enough. Weird correlation there. But the idea is that at the time, a lot of people in these communities that are not the Enochian study groups, right? Which I'm pretty sure the Enochian study groups all have like a generalized understanding of how the stuff works. But for us go ahead.
We have a varied understanding of how this stuff works. So like there's one main group. There's only really one or two Enochian groups on Facebook that are, they're run by Maria Montgomery and Terry Burns, both of whom will be at EnochiaCon, and who just hung out in California just the other day, finally, for their first time. Wonderful ladies. Dr. Burns rocks. Maria Montgomery rocks. She actually doesn't practice Enochian magic anymore. She'll be talking about that, but her presentation is going to be an amazing thing on lining it up with the 4 seasons in your workings. So that'll be just a freaking treat. Plus, she's the protege of David R. Jones, who's one of the greatest Enochian magicians of our age. May he rest in peace.
So, how can you misuse the Enochian system?
That's the question many people are asking.
Misusing the Enochian system, like going through and trying to strong-arm spirits you can't pronounce the name of correctly.
How do you know what the correct pronunciation is?
That's a good question. The answer is the spirits usually tell you.
I love it.
Usually tell you.
Shit.
So, that was basically it was a whole thing of people were doing things with the system that was kind of, misusing the system. And then they needed a scapegoat, blamed Golden Dawn stuff, right? And then that reputation spread, right? That reputation spread outward. So then all of a sudden Enochian gets this reputation, right? That is completely undeserved, in my opinion. From everything that I've read, and there is one thing I would like to clarify, because I at one point I did say Enochian is the most powerful magical system, right?
Why?
Here,
the Golden Dawn certainly didn't believe that, even though the whole Golden Dawn system is sort of based on and fueled by Enochian.
So
they still didn't tend to think it was particularly more powerful than other aspects of their magic.
So I'm going to rephrase it a little bit, but the idea is, and this is based on my personal, I'm asking if that Jupiter Talisman is still auspicious to make. No, it is not. No, the ship has sailed. There is no more Jupiter elections per the proper astrological talismans.
Yeah, that was a crazy placement. I almost made a talisman using that placement. Honestly, I was too busy. I just put all that energy into promoting my events instead, and that, hopefully that helps.
Oh, it's been a dream. It's been a dream for everyone who's made one. I'm looking forward to when Sagittarius is in Jupiter's in Sagittarius for the next round. But
let's give them some advice on how they can do that without a big election. So you set up a Jupiter altar in your house. Very simple. This is simple magic. Jupiter altar in your house. You can research online easily how to do that. And there's many ways you can do that using whatever pantheon you want. Colored altar cloth, colors, candles, never hurt. Incense, appropriate crystals, all that. Then during the 2 planetary hours each day of Jupiter, or 3 if you can manage it, go do your prayers and invocations to Jupiter. And if you want that for commerce and money, do that for Mercury instead, or for job opportunities. Or if you really want to hit the double whammy, have a Jupiter altar and a Mercury altar, worship at them both during the planetary hour each day. I don't know how you can go wrong doing that, honestly. Do you?
The only thing I would say is you don't really need to worry about like the grand overarching astrology unless you're like, you don't need to be like really precise if you're not working on a talisman, just because talismans are a snapshot, right? If you have a dedicated Jupiter practice, you're going to see results, right? If you have a dedicated Mercury practice, you have a dedicated practice in general. Just forget the planets for a second. You have a dedicated practice and you're genuinely trying to be a studious and dedicated occultist, you're going to get results, right? That's just what's going to happen.
Did you know that during like Middle Ages, Renaissance, the Kabbalists, the Jewish Kabbalists, considered planetary magic more effective based on the hour than the day? So they put more stock in the hour, planetary hour, than the planetary day. Isn't that interesting?
I believe that because there's a weird misconception people have when they're getting into planetary magic of, oh, why are the days out of order? They're not. They're based on the planetary hour because you start and it goes through the whole cycle. Which that's always something that's really fascinating.
Hour trumps day.
Yeah, that's the amount of times that planetary hours have saved an election for me cannot be understated so far. But yeah, it's I would say, and here's a crazy thing. I would say if you're going to call up a spirit and you're not making a talisman, don't worry about the major elections, I would say. You don't really need to. It's really only because if you're doing talisman rules, talismans need more specific timing because you're basically, if you do what I did of you're engraving something into silver, you need the timing to be the astral. You're basically making a snapshot of an energy, right? And you want that engraved and etched into a very strong material like metal. And that's why you care about that, because if you're going to go that extra mile, you might as well. That being said, it's not entirely needed all the time. I don't usually care if Saturn is aspecting Jupiter during my regular Jupiter work, if I'm doing a lot of Jupiter work. But if I'm caring about a talisman, oh, you bet I care about that square in the sky. that's been the biggest problem for why there's no more talisman elections the rest of the year. So, yeah, it is what it is. There's more than one ways to approach something.
I love it. I think we helped people out there. There's
Hopefully
lots of great thanks and super chats coming in. Let's get back to Heptarchia.
Yeah. So going back and kind of trying to understand this, the understanding was, and this is genuinely the most insane thing, because I asked people, I had basically used I was trying to find a planetary Enochian thing or something that was very similar, because until that point, no one had properly even mentioned what the Heptarchia was, right? And so I literally spent the entire time trying to figure out, okay, I keep hearing that there's planetary stuff in the Enochian system. Where? Right?
In the watchtowers with the seniors.
Yep.
And then, but the Heptarchia is planetary. Now, to be fair, you mentioned your video was a long time ago, and I think it was 6-7 years ago that you referenced that you did this talk about the Heptarchia. And I've noticed that, of course, when I was watching your video and feeling like the life was draining out of me.
Yes,
No, I'm joking. I'm joking. It was it was like, oh, this guy's wrestling with this. But I remembered, I looked around at the time because that's what I was working on. And I noticed like no one's talking about this. So I spent the next 3 years developing my intro course so anyone could get into it in a 10-day, step-by-step, very granular, very handheld way to doing your first operation. I'll give you a free sign-in for the course so you can check it out and you can interact with the other experienced Enochian magicians who have taken it, like Dr. Burns and many, many others. And you can see what I'm presenting with people as an avenue in to the Heptarchia. I'd love, then we can talk about it when we inevitably
go through that.
Stream many more times together.
Hopefully.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But so literally I'm just like, okay, everyone is saying, so here's where I'm at in this moment in time. There's the tablets, right? There's the great table, right? Which has different spirits for different things. I know that the original Golden Dawn attributions for the elements are not entirely correct, right?
What do you mean by not correct?
So there, the individual sections of the tables per what the Golden Dawn said, like
yeah. So it's not that they're not correct; they're just not D and Kelly system.
Yeah.
They're just D and Kelly.
It's a
system,
whole different thing.
Yeah, it's completely speciated. Yeah,
so
it's speciated.
So going through and like, okay, I understand that, and I understand in D and Kelly system they did have elemental stuff, but it wasn't where the Golden Dawn put it.
Yeah, in the D and Kelly system, the 4 elements exist on every tablet in one of the quarters.
Yes. And so
the way to think about that as a Golden Dawn adept, by the way, to my fellow Golden Dawn adepts out there, is very obvious, right? Of course, you just see those as the sub-elements of the element, right? It's very simple.
Which the sub-elemental thinking it's pretty handy. It's pretty handy, honestly. Like it
ties in well with our whole Tatwa system, for which we've been using Enochian since the beginning. Yeah.
So I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out, okay, if the tables aren't what I think it is, and I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, the tables mean different things, and I haven't actually properly read the books because, like, this is kind of a side project, right? Enochian at the time is a side project. So I'm going in with this understanding that the Great Table is the primary thing, which I understand now that it is, yes and no. I know that there's other tables because I found out about the tables of Zareth, I think it's pronounced. Tables of Zareth?
Yeah, I don't know.
Which I found out on accident because of the Gallery of Magick's work. They have an entire...
Yeah, maybe that's... Yeah. I'd question that.
I take that with a full foot cube assault every time I open one of those.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find out what they're talking about now with this. They like to change things to make it seem unique to them and give things weird names. So they might be talking about something normal that's just not called what they're calling it, or they might have made up something new, or who knows? It's gallery magic. It's a crapshoot.
Not sure, but yeah. And so then I'm like, okay, and the Heptarchia is the protections. The Heptarchia is the protections. That's what I'm thinking, right? So then I end up accidentally talking to somebody who knows way more about Enochian than I do, and the question is phrased: does anyone know of an empowered version of like an invocation of the elements that is not using Enochian? Because I'm not happy with the results I'm getting from the Enochian invocations, right? Because what I didn't realize at the time was me and Scott Stenwick had accidentally, well, not really accidentally, I had accidentally did the same thing Scott Stenwick did of swapping the elemental god names out in the lesser ritual of the pentagram, right? To invoke the elements using the Enochian god names. And those work. Those work really well. However, I wasn't a fan of some of the results and some of the kind of after effects. They work with the Nalvage sigil. There it is, the Tables of Nalvage. There we go. Tables of Zareth is an Agrippa thing. My bad. Getting my table.
Yeah, it's Zareth.
Yes.
Okay, now.
Yep. Getting my tables mixed up.
Yeah, we have a lot of tables in there.
Oh God, we've got a lot of code tables. We got a lot of tables.
So many tables.
Oh man.
Charts and tables.
Charts and charts and tables and so on and so forth. But
this is interesting. Keep going, yeah.
So I was of the opinion that the Heptarchia was the protections, right? In the golden, or not in the Golden Dawn, in the Enochian system. So when I'm saying they didn't have access to the Heptarchia, I'm trying to say they didn't have access to the protections Dee and Kelly were using.
But why?
Why? Because again, the misunderstanding of it wasn't in that grimoire that they had gotten in and made and adapted their system from. So it's that misunderstanding compiles. Yeah. So it's a domino effect of, they got frustrated reading Dee and Kelly's diaries. They find the grimoire, which is referred to as Book H in Essential Enochian Grimoire.
Yeah, so none of that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so that was the understanding, right? That was where that's been
the popular understanding for a long time, and you know, that's what people like me are trying to fix that in the popular understanding. Just because it's just not known outside of Golden Dawn circles, these sort of details. So now that everyone is talking, now that our system tradition has somehow gone mainstream in a way and is being talked about everywhere, we may as well clarify things when issues come up.
Yeah, and so that's why part of why when I saw you reviewing the video and I was I was listening to myself, right? I'm like, wow, I don't articulate this point at all. The point was supposed to be, right? They did not properly have the protections that Dee and Kelly was using, right?
So you're really hitting on one of my favorite topics right now. Keep going.
Which it's again those dominoes, and it's one of those things of I'm trying to go through and you know, those misunderstandings I'm trying to correct, right? Like for context as to how crazy some of those were. It was I have a sheet of copper that I bought, right? Which I was originally going to be using specifically for like talismans, right? Because again, I bought it during talisman season, like talisman prep. But also because at one point I was told, yeah, you can just make the ring out of copper. The angels told Dee and Kelly you can make the ring out of copper.
The angels told Dee and Kelly to make it out of pure gold.
Yes, and now you understand why I don't listen to those people. Now you understand why I'm annoyed.
Yeah, well, a lot of people are even making the 7 ensigns of creation out of copper. I've noticed. It's like, why would you do that? Like, you can get the tin sheets for very little, and tin, they're so obviously meant to be made of this Jupiterian metal, right? Tin is
one of, if you are not experienced with metalworking at all, as somebody who is an amateur metalworker as well as an amateur magus, tin is one of the easiest metals you can work with safely. It is like,
you can also just get this. I got my tin sheets are paper thin. They're flappy, and I just wrote on in indelible marker.
Yeah, it's that simple. You really don't need to. And
you can scrape it into it.
Tin is really easy to work with.
Yeah.
I would argue that, you know, it's one of the best ones, right? But so I'm going through and I'm now trying to correct all the things, and the person I'm talking to goes, no, they absolutely did not tell Dee and Kelly they can make it out of copper. They said pure gold. However, there's an idea that it might be because Dee and Kelly, like, they wanted the materials to be easy for them to acquire, right? They cared more about it being easy to get, not perfect, was that person's idea. And so then I was like, you know what? I already have the copper. I already have the tools to make it. So I'm still making the ring out of copper eventually. Because, you know,
why copper and not gold? Like, yeah, Scott Stenwick uses a brass one and swears by it, so I don't care. I'm just curious, why not use gold like they instruct? Like, you can get a gold-plated Enochian ring. You can get a solid gold one with the tragedy money.
I could.
Aren't you curious, since you could afford it, to find out what if it changes things immensely? What if it does?
That has crossed my mind 1 or 17 times.
If it's solid gold, you can always sell it for exactly what it's worth, because
this is true.
Solid gold. Play the meme.
This is true.
Gold member.
Yeah, the reason is because honestly, because 1, I already bought the copper. Two, the jewelry store I bought the copper from no longer sells copper. They changed it. And 3, it's partially an excuse to learn a new skill, right? Because if this was just, you know, if I wanted to, I could buy a whole Enochian setup online. But if I learn to make an Enochian setup, right? If I ever need to make anything like that again, right? If I ever need to learn how to make a tablet or a ring or anything like that, I can do it, and I have developed the skills to do that, right?
Yeah. And it's tools you make yourself are always more powerful, but sometimes you have to hire someone to make them, and that's okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I have the ability to make it, so I might as well. It's the wrong material, but, you know, gold plating solution isn't that expensive. I can just gold plate it. It's not that hard.
Yeah.
So.
KS Moon, channel member. Thanks to everyone who is a channel member. We have over 50 now, which is freaking amazing. Isn't that crazy? Like, I have less than 5,000 subs, but we have over 50 channel members. And as a result, I keep putting out amazing new stuff for my members on the channel. I'm putting out a video that a lecture I recorded my students years ago on the Enochian magic of the SRP. So that's going to go out to channel members. Become a channel member. Check it out. I appreciate the support. KS Moon, you said Lon Milo Duquette, everyone's favorite Thelemite. Yes. That's a fact, isn't it?
He's my favorite.
Kaczynski's a second, yeah. But, you know, Kaczynski's, doesn't play guitar. He plays keyboards. So, you know, Lon wins. I'm sorry, Richard. Yeah. Richard's an amazing musician, actually. Yep. There's a lot of us in the occult space. Yes. Lon Milo Duquette had us using paper, cardboard, aluminum for ring Laman, Nalvich, SDA, and even that worked. Yes, as I always tell people, if you can't make Enochian magic work with those sort of provisional tools, you definitely don't want to invest in the solid gold ones at all. Yeah, if the spirits aren't going to pay attention to you, they're not going to pay attention to you.
Hence why I'm making it out of copper instead of solid gold, just to make sure it works.
Solid gold.
Yeah.
Also, we can't get to every question. We'll try at the end. Knox Asperg had a great question, but it's very long and would take a big answer. Super chat your question if you insist on getting it into the pod. Otherwise, we will try at the end to go through all the questions I've
Super chat
okay?
your questions, folks. Super chat the questions. Those will guaranteed get answered as long as they're reasonably length. Hopefully.
Zap.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. You were saying.
Yeah. So I'm going in with this idea, and now here's the crazy thing about this is I'm going through and I'm trying to figure out like a non-Enochian elemental invocation, right? Because I'm trying to find like a more powerful elemental invocation, because I'm trying to get back to elemental work. I've been doing too much planetary work, right?
And why is the LIRP and the prayers to the elemental spirits not enough? Or the SIRP?
So I've used those in the past and I like the results. I was wondering if there was I like those, but I was wondering if there was a way to dial it up to 11 without Enochian, right? Because when I'm using Enochian, right, even in the kind of truncated version of modifying the lesser invoking ritual, right, that feels like it's going up to like a 10, but I was wondering if there was a way to go it up to 11, right, to use the music metaphor.
There's another meme I gotta cut. This one goes to 11. The
exactly.
New part 2 is amazing. Part 2,
yeah.
They did the part. Did you guys see Spinal Tap part 2?
I haven't seen it. I heard it came out. It's on my watch list.
I held off watching it because I was worried Rob Reiner was just going to spin the wheel another time. But no, they literally did what you're meant to do with a sequel. You take the same idea and move it into a new arena. So they took the band off the tour album release, out of the tour album release arena, and moved it into the other arena that we all want to see musicians in, the studio and recording process. So he brilliant. And I was like, oh my God, I couldn't believe I waited months after this came out till after Rob Reiner passed, I think. Sad as all hell that was. Dear Lord, what a way to go. Okay. We need it again. We need to clear the air.
My emotions!
Okay, let it out, everyone. Rob Reiner's gone. We love you, man. He was a crazy fucker and a genius, though. Yeah. So Spinal Tap 2, go watch it. It's a masterpiece, in my opinion, just like the first one.
Absolutely.
So you dialed it up to 11.
So I was trying to dial it up to 11 without Enochian. And the way this conversation goes is insane, because I'm then sent, oh yeah, here's Scott Stenwick's invocation using the Enochian god names. And I'm like, okay, cool. That's exactly the opposite of what I asked for, but I'll check it out. I read it, and I have that like slow, like I have that one like slow looking up moment from Breaking Bad, where Hank realizes Walt is Heisenberg, right? I have one of those, and I DM the person. This is already the ritual that I do for the invocation. This is already the invocation I'm using. I'm trying to do the exact opposite of this. And then the person goes, oh, huh. Well, that's weird. And then we end up talking, and then he's like, yeah, no, all the Heptarchia stuff, all the planetary stuff is in the Heptarchia. I'm like, I'm sorry, the Heptarchia is the planetary stuff? Oh, yeah, and there's like, well, have you done the mini initiations into the different things? And it's like, I'm sorry, how many initiations are there? Oh, there's like 11 before Gebafall. So at this point, I'm screaming internally because, you know, as somebody who's not like really engaged with Enochian, hearing that there's like 11 initiation rituals pre Gebafal, which is like the one that everyone talks about, or at least the one that I was hearing everyone talk about, was just having me go, okay, what else don't I know about this system? Because clearly, this is one of those cases, and this happens in the occult a lot, of the public perception of what is in a system is faulty, but it has some ideas that are like grains of truth, right? There's some like mythologized aspects to it that you need to go to the scholars in order to understand, right? Now I, as somebody who is a practical occultist and very much is experimental in what I do and seems to keep reinventing things from first principles, was not aware of this at the time, right? So now, and then that happened a couple months ago, and then I hear you watch that video, and I'm like, I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. This is terrible, and not only because I'm just wrong in that video, right? Like I'm just wrong, right? Like it's one of those things. So it's
don't be hard on yourself, man.
But also because then, after re-listening to it, I don't get to the fucking point, which is it doesn't have the proper protections, or at least people don't know where the protections are in that system, right? That was kind of the understanding. So
yeah, I have a lot to say on this, but I want to hear you out. Yeah, is that?
So that's the bulk of it. Like that is, so it's one of those things of like, hearing somebody actually go through, and then this was my favorite part, hearing your video and going, there is no way I got the Neo-Enochiana thing wrong, because I went through and I went back to my book, and that was the one thing I got right from a book that now seems to be out of date. And it's like,
oh, the book, Aaron Leach's book's not out of date. There's some errors in it.
Yeah.
Hopefully Llewellyn will let him do a sec. I'm pushing a crusade to get a second edition of that, because he noticed another thing. Someone pointed out another thing. At one point during the calls, apparently he replicated just one call instead of doing all the different ones or something like that.
No.
Yeah. And someone pointed out, yeah. So he really, and then I was like, dude, this is even more reason to get for us to petition Llewellyn for, and also we need a hardcover edition. They never put one in a hardcover. It's still an essential book. It's still an incredibly awesome book. It needs updates. It needs some corrections. And Llewellyn needs to put a hardcover. Also, he made it so that a practitioner could work out of it, but they formatted it in a way so that things you'd have to put page numbers and flip around. That's not good. You should have the process all sequential. And I hope Aaron hears this, though. I know he's a busy guy, but hopefully this gets out to Llewellyn or through the ether. And also, he designed it to be a handbook, but the paperback is designed proportionally so it doesn't flop and stay open in your hand. So it's extremely hard to hold it open and work out of it for an introductory manual, which it was meant to be. So there's a lot of improvements, and it would sell. Llewellyn, it would sell. Just freaking do it, Llewellyn. Do it.
Llewellyn, give us the second edition hardcover, and my life is yours.
We want him to have a chance to do it, and they communicate with him shockingly little. I won't say too much because hopefully they'll be, because I might have something in the works, but we'll see.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, I've got lots of things in the works. Well, they offered in 2020 when I met with them at a PantheaCon, both them and Weiser were like, not only are we wanting to publish your book, you can pitch to both of us and take whichever offers you a better deal. So they're really nice companies, and they're super simpatico with each other. So props to Llewellyn and Weiser for being healthy and open-minded to all of us who make you rich.
Yes. So, and what was
when it comes to protection, right?
Yes.
I found what I noticed because I did Golden Dawn Enochian style stuff basically from the early 90s up until 2019. That's a long time to focus on just that aspect of Enochian. But I always felt that the D system didn't have the pre-GDD the pre-GDD didn't have that much original to offer me. Then in 2019, I was at Kelly's Tower in Prague, had an amazing experience, and got set on a new course. Lockdowns happened, and I dove right in. And what I discovered is the prayers and the whole process of the heptarchial system, the planetary introductory system, has all these prayers to Jesus and all these archangel prayers to protect you. We don't do those in the Golden Dawn.
Yeah, and that is part of why I thought the very little of the Heptarchia stuff that I had read seemed like it was all protection based, right?
It seems like there's a huge amount of that. You mentioned the Gebethel. I mean, that's a thing to be done at the end, it seems to me. So the Heptarchia is the first thing you work through. Get in touch with Karmara, form that intercessory spirit relationship with Karmara and Haganel. Work with the planetary kings and queens. Work with all their ministers. But then you move into the next step, which is the Watchtower. And there's a self-initiation ritual for the Watchtowers to be able to work with them safely. And it's called usually the Watchtower initiation or the 19-day initiation. And that's the one. But interestingly, most people who do the Gebethel skip that, which I guess if you're not going to work with the Watchtowers makes sense. But most people are working with the Watchtowers. So why not do this initiation, and it is a self-initiation. The only Enochian initiations are self-initiations. So take that. And in the process of doing it, you write a short prayer from your own heart to the spirit. Each of the spirits, all of them. And then you do it every single morning at sunrise. It's a whole process. I'll be talking about it at EnochiaCon this year in a way. Other people have done it too, Frater, Yechida and stuff. So there's a lot of good stuff out there, material for you to engage with that on. Stenwick, Aaron Leach, Yechida. Yechida's probably got the most details because he did it. I don't know if Stenwick did. I don't think so. And Aaron didn't yet.
Yeah.
But you mentioned like 19 or 11 initiations. What do you mean by that?
7 planets plus 4 watchtowers.
Oh yeah. I guess that's
the math. That's where the math comes from.
If you look at it in that way, the watchtowers in the original D system aren't really treated separately. They're treated as one great table, right? Even though they were separated prior to the Golden Dawn. The Tablet of Union, as I mentioned in my video yesterday, is not a Golden Dawn invention. It wasn't Mathers that separated the watchtowers. It was done in manuscript, Ashmole manuscript 307, which predates D or Mathers by a long time. It was maybe, we don't know who wrote it. Dr. Burns thinks it's one of D's last manuscripts that he did post Kelly, actually. And hard to, let those who disagree, those who know more than Dr. Burns about this stuff disagree with her. I don't know enough to disagree with that or not. It's a fun idea for sure. I hope it's true.
Yeah, I could.
That manuscript's published as Practical Angel Magic by Skinner, just to be clear, so you know what I'm talking about.
Okay. Yeah, so it's like there's all of these like initiations, right? And it's always one of those things of like, part of the reason that I didn't even like get like kind of into the Enochian, like the D purist system, the D version of Enochian, was not because I didn't want to. It was because, there's not like a proper initiation other than Gebethal. Okay, I'll come back to this later.
There is.
And now it's
figured it out.
Oh, there's like 11. Oh, and it's like, okay, and they're all for different aspects of the system. And also
I think there's only 2 formally. There's only 2 explicitly.
Right.
Explicitly. But anyone who knows Grimoire work knows that working with a Grimoire is an initiation.
Yes. Which is always.
You've worked Arbatel.
I've worked Arbatel. I've worked Arbatel. I've worked Abramelin, which is one gigantic purification and then a week-long initiation. I've worked what else have I worked? Greater Key of Solomon, lesser Key of Solomon, a little bit less, but so I'm not new to working grimoires. And then it's just like, and this is all coming at the end of, I've spent the past however many months being like, yeah, I'll get into Enochian eventually. And one of the things is I've asked about, I've done my own contact with spirits. Like I've done some evocations. The way that I do my evocation, the prayer to the Archangel Michael, is the 7 penitential psalms, which I believe was given 2D by Michael in his diaries. Actually, it was. You muted again.
7 penitential psalms are predate D. He just
Right,
used them,
right.
Like many other grimoire practices request or require.
Right, but I believe there's a section where Michael is saying, "No, that is the way you want to do that. That is the way."
Oh, yeah, is that true?
It confirms it.
Yeah.
He can.
Yeah,
Michael says,
pretty
"Like this is
powerful,
the
I can tell you
only."
that.
It's a wonderfully powerful.
By the time you start the Enochian ritual after the 7 psalms, it feels like I've been like dragged down a flight of stairs by my higher self and had been shit kicked in the alley.
Yeah, I mean,
it's like, yeah, you're mighty, but you're also fucking sinful. It's like,
it's like the 7 penitential psalms never feel good, but they, it's like
at parts they do. At parts they're like, and my enemies will burn. Yes.
It's like, but usually it's like the sins are getting ripped out of you, and you are like being forced to become clean as you walk before an angel of God. And it's like, okay, that's great. Looking forward to that Sunday. But it's one of those incredibly powerful rituals. And one of the questions I had at one point, and this goes back to why do I think Enochian magic is the most powerful. Crowley had a thought. Crowley had an idea. And the idea was your holy guardian angel is going to teach you the most powerful version of magic to work with, right? And to my understanding, this was the way that I saw this, and the way that this was explained by a Thelemite at the time, could be wrong, might not be, this was the work of Adeptus Major. So Hesed on the Tree of Life, if you're going by grade systems, right? So making your own magic system was Hesed, right?
Adeptus Major is Gevra.
Adeptus Exemptus. I'm thinking Hesed.
It's all right.
I forget exactly.
It's all right. I know my grade.
Yep. There
I'm
we
not
go.
at Exemptus yet. Maybe before I die, if I'm lucky.
So
maybe beyond that. Maybe beyond. You know that Golden Dawn had grades up to Ipsissimus.
I knew that they did, but
so there's like even like beyond the vault.
Yeah.
A secret door opened into like a Mars temple for 6-5, and then there's another temple for 7-4, and it just kept going back in the Stella Matutina. Yeah.
That
wild.
The more you learn, the more absolutely taken away you are with things. Yeah. But this was the idea. Like, you create your own personal magic system at, what would it be, 4 equals?
Yeah, that's Crowley's idea.
Yeah,
that's Crowley's idea. A lot of people have then, a lot of Thelemites who have then become Golden Dawners brought that into Golden Dawn ethos.
And so the way it was explained to me was through that, right? And it was really funny because I'm I've done the fasting, I've done the 7 penitential psalms, and I'm asking Michael, who is supposed to be like the head angel of this system of Enochian, why is Enochian so powerful? And this was incredibly strange. He took a moment and he put his finger up to his lips to think before he spoke. And he said, because it's the only Adeptus Major system that has been published intentionally. So that was the result of the evocation, right? Or he said something to that effect, right? I need to go back in my notes and check the original wording because I'm one of those people who, when I'm doing an evocation, I write everything down, like I'm a very, very scholarly student. But that was the reasoning. So it's that is a system that is important enough to where it was preserved by the divine, was basically the understanding, right? So that's why I think it's the most powerful. And also, we go back to the Agrippa and the Hermeticum. There is an inherent divinity of language, right? There's an inherent divinity of language. And what can be more divinely, like what language can be more divine than the ones given to the angels, even if they are grammatically English?
Well, did you know that D wanted to create a language for Christians? So he felt Jews had Hebrew. So Enochian was meant to be the sacred language for Christians.
Yes.
And that goes to a longtime channel subscriber, Knox, man. Thanks for your years of support. He says, so is Enochian explicitly Christian? Absolutely. If you don't believe in Jesus or work with the Psalms, would it not work for you? Well, a lot of people replace the word Jesus with Mad or Mada or Made, which is Enochian for God. And the Psalms, of course, are Jewish, but you should use them anyway. If you're allergic to Jesus, replace the name of Jesus with Ma'ad or Made or Mada and see how that works for you is my advice. That's if you're allergic, right? But I wouldn't replace the Psalms at all. Like, I would replace, as a Christian, I shouldn't say I'd sooner replace Jesus than the Psalms, but magically speaking, that would be my advice. I wouldn't call any of this dangerous, really. What do you think?
No, I don't think so. I don't think. I mean, I would definitely say Enochian is explicitly Christian. Like it was designed to be. Enochian as a language is without a doubt Christian. Like that is 1,000.
The evidence is in. You don't have to be Christian to work with it, and that's probably because Jesus, he likes non-Christians. Yep, he wants you to.
It doesn't matter if you believe in Jesus. Jesus believes in you.
Fuck yeah, you freaking said it. That's right.
There we go.
Because Jesus, he knows me, and he knows I'm right.
Amen.
Little Genesis. Isn't that Genesis?
I don't think Jesus is in Genesis.
Might be too young. No, because Jesus, he knows me, and he knows
that Genesis. Oh, okay.
Jesus, my. I can't sing any more of those. Strike us.
Nope.
You're very welcome, everyone. They're saying thank you. People love it. All right.
So yeah, I forgot where we were.
It happens. It's okay. Well, we were talking about Christianity and it being what the purpose of you were talking about the language and the use of the language.
Yeah. So there's the idea is like language is divine, right? If you are a hermetic or anyone who has a strong affinity with the planet Mercury, which fun fact is one of the 2 altars that I have in my sacred space, the other one being my general purpose altar, the second being
wise man
Mercury altar. Yep, I'm much more hermetic than I give myself credit for sometimes.
I love it. My main altar desk here is Enochian solar. I got Jehudi and Michael, so it's a blend of Mercury, Sun, and the Moon in different ways.
I only have I have an orange like soapstone incense burner, and which I burn my lavender incense on. A failed Mercury talisman draft, which he was like, no, put that here until you get a new one. And a symbol of it's a statue of the winged foot of Hermes, which is a vase that I could put things in, but I don't.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I love that altar. It's great. But it's one of those things of like if you are a hermetic, right? You have some understanding or belief that language as a whole is, if not sacred, then an act of magic, right? Like that's kind of where it's coming from. And what language would be more divine than the language given directly by the angels? Right.
That's the idea.
So that's where my idea of it is the most powerful magic system. I mean, that is a broad blanket term. Let's be honest.
I like it. I think you might be right. I think they might be true. I think those Golden Dawn people who said it wasn't all that powerful might be wrong. I find it to be extremely powerful because I believe that these are spirits under the archangels, given by the archangels to Dee and Kelly and introduced to them through the archangels, so that we could work with angels of Malkuth. And that's why we even see the aethers or the airs and parts of the earth as extending around Malkuth, right? Crowley changed that to make them go all the way up together so he could travel them and become an abscissimus. But that's not how anyone else really has ever seen the aethers or parts of the earth. So that's where he really speciated it into something totally new and did his own thing. And if that worked, it worked. I mean, I can see in theory why it would work, because if you go through the aethers from Tex to Lil, or even start with Lil and go down to Tex, it doesn't really matter, because God is everywhere. You can experience the fullness of God anywhere at any point, on any path, in any sphere, whether you're going for a walk on a alpine trail or taking a poop. Martin Luther, the famous reformer, had his divine theophany allegedly, apparently, while having a bowel movement, and realized, oh my God, the Pope's an asshole. Jews are evil. I gotta write some theses. I'm not making this up. This is true.
Yeah, that sounds about right for.
And he had some good ideas. He wanted to take revelation out of the Bible. I think our countries around the world would be very appreciative if he had taken the book of Revelation, so we wouldn't have these fucks like what's his name, that warmonger Lindsay in the States, like all these people who want a massive war in the Middle East to bring about the second coming. Like, dear Lord, if Martin Luther had just been more prescient and put up a fight and removed the book of Revelation, maybe we wouldn't have American evangelicalism being as unhinged as it clearly is.
Sorry, you said warmonger in the States, and my immediate reaction was, which one?
I know, right?
Yeah. Sorry, we're too busy making everything worse so we can do what Crowley did of just like be so terrible that we need divine intercession.
Don't get me wrong. I want all the peoples of the earth to be free. But, maybe we shouldn't. Maybe there's a better way than through bombing the shit out of everyone.
I'm pro good things, anti bad things. So I think bombing people is bad things. So I'm against it.
Occultology says no. Removing the book of Revelation would have made no difference. We'd find another reason to be crazy. I love
funny enough,
maybe you guys would have become Baha'i or Amish or something. I don't know.
Funny enough, I heard there was a take that I believe Gurdjieff speaks of that. Like, he says that there's like a part of the human psyche or the something that basically causes us to, when everything is going perfectly fine, we all go crazy. So it's like, yep, you know what? I'm willing to accept that into my worldview. Sure, why not?
Well, my friends are saying we should have a fun 7 years with Gemini now in Uranus.
Oh God. Yeah, I saw that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there's been tons of periods of time where Gemini was in Uranus and there wasn't major wars. So it's just a mitigating factor, in my opinion.
Well, it's also
not causal.
Well, the good news is that Saturn is in Aries, and Aries is the warrior sign. So we're definitely not getting a full-fledged war that any of us are actually going to have to care about, right?
Right.
Hopefully.
For Enochian stuff, did you ever go in Joseph Peterson's Twilight Grotto Esoteric Archives? I mean, you must have, right?
No, I haven't.
Really?
Yeah.
So this would have solved a lot of your issues earlier on. Maybe we should show this on screen to people. So this is the resource most occultists use for all Enochian and a lot of other grimoire stuff. Let's see if I can just quickly show you guys this, and so you'll see what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
So here you go. Can you see that? So this is Joseph Peterson's archive.
Not on screen yet.
It's not on screen?
Nope.
Oh, I know what I gotta do. Boom.
There we go.
So let's take the comments off. So this is he puts all the manuscripts that he's translated and transcribed from microfiche up here, and you can find them. So in Enochian, you have his 5 books of mystery. Now he's published this, so he doesn't have it all here online for free anymore, but he still has major key points of the manuscript that you can see the original Enochian letters as they were drawn. And then, then there's the new stuff. So like he updated the Holy Table in Laman to be what I was saying was right. And so there you go with it going clockwise, not counterclockwise, because the engraver error thing is nonsense. Also, the blue lines are straight lines, as I noticed a long time ago, but also as Jason Augustus Newcomb gets credit for being the first one to point out that there are lines, not boxes around the letters. Everything else is right. The sigillum fits right here, equal with that. And so there's lots of good stuff. And then there's the new documents that just came out. The Liber Exerciti Heptarchia, which has a variation on the ring. So you can see his transcriptions here. Some another variation on that sigil.
Oh, those are really nice.
Variation on the ring, yeah. This is it shows how they would a handle for the king sigil that you would hold while commanding the prince sigil on the table. So this is a new document that was only digitized recently in 2023 and then updated recently, just the other month.
That's really recent.
Updated it the other. Yeah, this is how you get the new stuff. So I checked out this document from the Baudelaire. I checked out the original document and found something he missed, and that's what my first EnochiaCon lecture is on. And he helped me assess the validity or veritability of my discovery, and other people did as well. And hopefully I'll be publishing academically on it soon. But you got the various Heptarchia manuscripts, Heptarchia Mystica manuscripts. So you have the variations here, the original ones with all of their info, all of their sigils, all of that stuff down here. Just keeps going, you see, just all of it. And then you can work straight out of the manuscripts. It's one thing I teach people to do in my courses, how to work straight out of the manuscript. So here's the other De Heptarchia Mystica, again with his transcriptions and with his details and his notes.
Very nice notes.
There you got. Yeah, look at that. This is the site that occultists treasure above all others.
Yeah.
And it's not just John D, as you can see. It's like, you want to work on the art of drawing spirits into crystals. Here you go. Work directly out of the original manuscript, the art of drawing spirits into crystals.
This one I've definitely used once or twice.
You've got the questions that you ask. Yeah, there's the drawings there's the angels, the hierarchies, all that. But the D stuff is amazing. Like, he's just got all of it for the most part. He's pretty much got all of it. He's the man. Yeah. Aaron Leach noticed something, though, unique in his book, Essential Enochian Grimoire, that the Oipe and the Mepehe are reversed. And D just didn't correct the diagram, but he noted it. And that was one of that might be Aaron's, Aaron's made a lot of contributions, but that contribution, in my opinion, is the most important by far of anything he's observed, because we literally wouldn't be able to have the tables in the order that D was told to have them by the angels without that observation by Aaron. Like, groundbreaking. Like, anyone who wants to write off, people are always trying to write off all these guys' work for one reason or another. It's like, stop focusing on what do you benefit from focusing on the weaknesses of anything and not the strengths, right? Take the meat, spit out the bones. Sorry to any vegetarians here.
Yeah, it takes a village to do a lot of this stuff. So, I know that Aaron Leach has been vital in a lot of my Grimoire dealings. When I've been going through Grimoires, I've been consulting a lot of Aaron Leach's stuff. His work has helped significantly. So I'm definitely a fan of that, and definitely need to look at these ones on the site, because I've used this site for other grimoires and other books, but just not the Enochian stuff. Because again, the misunderstandings, it was a back burner project. Oh yeah, I have to do this big, however long ritual. No.
And here's the prayers you pray to get each of the kings to come. And that's what I use. That's what we use. And those, the sons of light and the sons of light. That's what the new document showed. Anyway, there's a lot there. So that's the resource to use, people, for really, leveling up, as we say.
Wonderful resources as always.
And as Dr. Burns, her Monas Hieroglyphica, you can get her book still. It's still in print from Ouroboros Press. And it's this Monas Hieroglyphica book. And then she has a 50-hour course on YouTube. You want to really blow your mind, brother? You want to blow your mind? Do her 50-hour Amonis hieroglyphic course. You don't need the book. Just do it. Just do it. It's gonna blow you away. Because she also knows the magical side of it and how it affected later magical traditions like the GD and stuff.
That's always important to know. Like how
it's helpful. It's fun.
It's definitely helpful. It's better than a lot of the texts I usually end up reading. But yeah, this is a lot. There's a lot more digestible Enochian than when there's a lot more digestible Enochian resources since I started. I'm learning rapidly, and I'm very thankful for this, because like, you know, it's one of those things of like when you don't have an understanding and when you just kind of like hear a bunch of misinformation, right? A lot of that stuff, even if it's well-meaning, can paint your perceptions of things. And so when you go through and when you try to learn based on those misunderstandings, that's where the problems arise, right?
Here's a great question from Knox. Did Crowley change the Aethers, or was that Mathers? I mean, they weren't really changed. Mathers is the one who wrote the paper on traveling the Aethers using spirit vision and scrying. Before that, Dee's working with them had to do with parts of the earth and using the spirits of those regions to affect politicians, wars, governments, all that stuff. And that's what most of us use it for today. Scrying and traveling the Aethers is a different thing. And like I said, in the GD and stuff, a lot of us interpret them as being spreading out around Malkut, emanating from Malkut. Even Nick Farrell thinks they're sublunar, and most of these spirits are as well. So different than archangels and such, right? And you said on your video that there's no reason to do the parts of the earth working at all, and people should ignore it because the parts of the earth that John Dee described are using names that aren't current. I don't think that makes sense, man.
Yeah. So again, so a lot of people have put in a lot of work that I accidentally discredited because at the time it did or did not exist, of figuring out what those names translate to in the modern era, right? I think like I think the last time I checked, a majority of them have been like figured out or like deduced. But at the time it was just like, you know, where is Atlantis? What part of the earth is Atlantis, right? It's like, okay, is that North America? Like what are we doing here? But now since that, yeah, I think the work has been done and that issue has been solved and I'm just wrong now. But at the time it was like, you know.
Yeah, that was cool. Here's another thing you said that I found very, very unfair.
Okay.
Because we're in the end game now, baby.
Just hit me with them. Hit me with them.
Hit me with your best shot. You said everyone in the Golden Dawn had massive egos because it's a solar system.
Okay.
If that was true, why would they all burn their stuff and never be known to history and just fade away without anyone knowing their name? They could have become famous like Crowley.
Yeah, and he got kicked down a flight of stairs for it.
He never got kicked down any stairs, but it's fun to imagine.
Yeah,
I wish he had been. He deserved it. Fucking.
That's one of my favorite stories of like, did Crowley get kicked? Crowley got kicked down a flight of stairs, and it's like,
no, because he locked himself inside. They had to go get like the barrister and like the guy to come and open the lock, and then the cops took him away. That's it. Like you think that they opened the door, Yates went in up the stairs, Crowley somehow went up after him, and then there's a, you know, I wish, but I want to do. We need an AI video of them confronting each other on the stairs, both going Super Saiyan and blasting the city and then the world apart and getting sucked into a black hole.
The way it's usually told, the way I heard it before was Yates is at the top of the stairs. Crowley is like walking up the stairs, throwing reverse hex pentagrams and all that stuff. And then Yates is like, "No, be gone out of my holy temple." And then like Sparta kicks him down the stairs, and then they call the cops on Crowley, which makes no sense. But
I think we want all the versions that anyone can imagine. We want it all. Give it to us.
We want the most fun version of history when history is usually boring. That's the problem.
Did you see what's her name's animation on YouTube of it? She did it a couple years ago. Molly Wright. Molly Wright.
I don't think I've seen it. If I have, it's been a while. Her animations are usually pretty funny.
Let's see if we can find it. No, I can't find it with a simple search. Oh, there it is. Wait. No, that's not it. No. That's too bad. Oh, well. Yeah, we definitely need that video for sure.
Yeah, we need more videos of Crowley getting kicked downstairs.
And why did you think the Golden Dawn didn't know the Arbatel? Like, it's in our grade material. It's actually in
that one. I have no idea
order.
why. I have no idea why I would have said that. That makes no sense. I was using the Arbatel in the I've used the Arbatel in the Golden Dawn system. I don't know.
Sometimes, like watching your channel, it seems like sometimes you say that shit just to trash the Golden Dawn.
No, that's
obviously that was my initial concern. When I was like, "What the fuck, man."
No, that's not.
Why are you going so hard on us?
So,
like it seems it's like there's a tendency culturally. Let's get sociocultural here to protect certain traditions as closed or cultural and don't appropriate them. But then it's like open season on others. And we see this in the whole race relations and gender relations today as well, right?
All right, I'm not going to touch that last part, but
no, you don't know. No, well, let's keep it magical.
That being said, keeping it magical, please check in on the Thelemites. They're not doing so hot recently. They seem like they've gone through a very bad breakup. I don't know why. Yeah.
Really? Like what? What's going on
since
with
the OTO stuff has been coming out? Like the Thelema content creators have been like in a spiral.
Oh, dude, I have a message right here from one of the highest ranking OTO guys in Vancouver, outlining in text his threats against my mother, his extortion of me, blackmailing of me, all not just for money, but he wants my instruments, like my $3,000 guitar. I have this in text right here, sent just in December.
I think we're talking about the wrong Thelemite getting kicked down flights of
stairs.
This is
no, my point is it's all over the place.
No,
I don't know what's going on with them. They've just like maybe they got desperate for members and they just let in a bunch of whack jobs who over the years have risen through the ranks and now are like, I can threaten to kill people and take their money and just do whatever I want because I'm OTO and Thelema and my will is law.
Yeah, I'm
You're talking about the Entelechia drama.
Yeah,
right?
No, it expanded to other.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Yeah.
Do tell. Since we're doing a segment on it, let's put a bow on it.
Yeah. Now keep in mind, here, let me cover my ass. I am not a Thelemite. I am not affiliated with the OTO. I am not a Thelemic content creator. If you think I'm a Thelemic content creator, what are you doing? And I am in no relation or affiliated with Thelema or Thelemic content creators at all. That being said, they're not doing too hot since the OTO stuff has started, and it seems to just keep rambling up. Mavius Lynn is the one I was referring to. Thank you for reminding me what her name was. Yeah, she's been having since that drama happened, it's just been terrible. It's just been really like every time I see Thelema pop up on my feed or like a Thelemic content creator, it's just been the OTO or Thelema, like something horrible has happened to Thelema again. For the 17th time this week.
It was for years. It was always the GD. So we're like we need a meme of the GD. Like,
much like passing the torch.
Yeah, we're good for now. We've all done pretty good at getting along in recent years. Probably because all our elders in the tradition are dying, and we just want to be like we just want to learn from these guys before they're gone, because then it's us. And it sucks to be the ones that you never want to be the person, the you don't want to be the generation that knows the most, because who then you can't ask questions of anyone. You can't learn from anyone. Like you have to just pray to God as you face your end.
Yep, that's the big problem. But yeah, I genuinely know.
OTO doesn't represent all Thelema. We know
it
that.
Doesn't.
Don't worry. No, and no one's even like that upset. I'm not upset with the OTO or anything. I'm like, how many OTO people have I hired to come present at EnochiaCon this year? Scott Stenwick, Lon Duquette. I think the list is actually quite long for OTO people this year, for Thelemic people. Last year it was GD heavy. This year it's very OTO heavy. Yeah, no, don't worry, people. We love the OTO.
Yeah, keep it.
But sometimes you gotta expel. To quote Patrick Bateman in American Psycho, sometimes you gotta expel a lot of people, eh?
Pretty much. But yeah, no, it's like since all the Thelemic drama, it's kind of insane. It just seems like there's constantly issues with them.
Didn't she just get the call and go quiet? And next thing she
she did. She got the call
how you should start studying magic, and specifically, so she wants to stay in her you got to respect people for being like, I mean, if she doesn't want to, it's her tradition. I don't mind if people protect their traditions and stuff. It's sad to hear stuff like that though. And but it happens.
It sucks, but it is what it is. I'm still trying.
All right, we've done Thelema. Let's move on.
Yeah,
enough of that.
Finally, back to brighter pastures in the Golden Dawn. What the hell was I gonna say? Yeah, no, I probably had some idea, like some point of the Arbatel is not in the Golden Dawn. That is bullshit. That's just wrong. I probably had like some idea at the time and misspoke and said Arbatel, because I think at that time I was working out the Arbatel for some reason. But yeah.
Did you know that the LRP is not an elemental ritual?
Yes, I did know that.
Yeah. You said it was though. In the Golden Dawn, elemental forces are just designated by color. So the fact that we draw the pentagram as divine white brilliance, as flaming white, is what makes it spirit. The way we direct the energy across the points then determines how we're flowing that energy of spirit. So with the banishing form, we're drawing the energy up from Malkut into Kether into spirit to purify and banish it. And then the invoking form, we're drawing down to spirit into earth. But it's still a spirit pentagram. That's the thinking. Took me a long time to understand that as well. So don't feel bad if you're just realizing this for the first time, everyone.
I heard the take that what was it? I heard a take from somebody a while ago. Wasn't a proper Golden Dawn person, so I've always taken it with a grain of salt. But the way I've always understood it is the banishing pentagram is sending the mundane earth to the realm of spirit, right? And so that's, you muted yourself again.
I like that. Sorry. It's the new computer. So every time I go to mute, the menu pops up and I hit an app and activate an app. So I'm still like, I got to figure out how to stop that. I know there's a way. I know how. Don't worry. I know how. I like that take. That's a cool take. How about we play another little commercial, a little promo for my event, and then we go through all the questions we have, because we're probably, I don't know what your energy level's like, but sound good?
Yeah, sounds good. I drank 2 energy drinks before this, so I'm good.
Oh, good. So we'll see how long it goes. People, send in your super chats. Any last questions? We'll try and get through them all. Pump them out. If you can become a member of the channel, if you can become a member of the channel, support my work. It means the world to me. We're trying to we need 13 more members, and we get a new emoji. We have awesome emojis on my channel. I think we have the best emojis, the best magical. Use your magical emojis now if you're a channel member, and pump the chat with some magical emojis. We'll be right back after these short messages, and I hope you consider hanging out with us online or in person in Austin, Texas this year. We'll be right back.
The Arkane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arcaneresearchsociety.com.
And we're back with these after these messages.
All right.
I didn't get stoned, Mom. All right, we'll go to the starred questions. No, I'll go through. Wait, how do we do this? Okay, yeah. Let's see what we got. So, Rose of Flame, they love both of us. And big respect to Dave for how you handled RC ripping into your Enochian video. Yeah, to be fair, like you came into the live stream and it was my first reaction video ever. And so I was very nervous, but I had to do it. You understand.
Oh, dude, no, thank you for doing it, because
you didn't even get anything accidentally right.
I got some things right
on that Enochian video.
Yeah,
maybe I'll do it again.
You know, the first part,
we'll do it again together next time.
We'll do a redemption video. How about that?
Redemption. We can co-stream to both our channels and just like get go crazy and have fun. That'd be great.
Yeah, that'd be great.
So the PGM is into Grimoire. Not strictly speaking, it's been described as the bottom of the barrel of Egyptian magic. And I think that's a bit harsh, but I think it's also historically accurate, right? Like it's scraps. It's not manuals and grimoires. Those would have been largely either burnt in Alexandria or destroyed throughout the ages or lost, or they're sitting there still. Like you don't understand, like we haven't even gone through 5% of the Kabbalistic manuscripts that are still in scrolls in Hebrew in the Cairo Geniza. Like go learn a language, start translating. We need all the help we can get. The world needs all the help we can get for translating magical documents. It's a wide open field. No one's stopping you from doing it. And if you want credibility, translate something from German or French. Those are the best languages really for doing this work. But if you do learn Greek or Latin or Hebrew or Coptic, David Litt was a good one for the Greek and the Coptic to learn it, that is. Then you could go do some of those older things as well. I have a very expensive rare copy of an old Hebrew grimoire that I plan on working on with my Hebrew years of experience in my retirement, and maybe I'll bang out one new translation of an old Hebrew thing. But yeah, you can only do so much in your life, so be careful with your time.
PGM is basically like the chaos magic notes from that time.
I think that's just a result of the people who are attracted to it, because it's so piecemeal. It's a sort of easy to get into. Thank you for all the super chats. It means so much, you guys. You have no idea how much it helps. And I love this whole format, so I'd love to do it more. Where did the Heptarchia system come from? D created the Heptarchia system with the angels. The 4 archangels transmitted it to John D directly with Edward Kelly, of course. People give Kelly a short shrift, but it's like, dude, he did the scrying and he did the alchemy that maybe produced the DMT they were consuming.
Scrying ain't easy either. So
scrying, I'm a scryer, so it's very hard to address the struggles people have had, but I have taught it for decades, so I have a good understanding of how to get someone to that point. But again, not everyone is a scryer. Not everyone's called to be a scryer, but you should
No.
definitely develop that skill. And my favorite book these days is a book that replaces 10 or 20 books I read in the 90s, and that is Jenny Tyson's Tyson's new wife, new quote unquote wife, wrote The Art of Scrying and Dowsing. And dude, she also like did all the remote viewing training in like a formal testable setting with all those sort of groups. So she actually has like the whole gamut of, you know, scrying an unknown spirit, unknown sigil, to like, this is how you test to see if the person at the gas station across the street is actually what you're seeing, right? Like, she takes it seriously, and that's refreshing, because often you get the extreme new agey, anything you imagine is real and actually happening, which is terrifying. Don't tell that to many people, because the wackos will go even more wacko with that. But she doesn't go so hardcore into the veritable remote viewing testing that she would discount, for example, being able to communicate with Edward Kelly using a Ouija board, because that's what she does in her other book with Donald Tyson, has a whole book on talking with Edward Kelly using a special Enochian Ouija board they constructed for that purpose. So I'd love to have her.
That sounds so cool.
Doesn't it? I have a book. It's wild. It's wild. Of course, it's wild. Terry Burns and I have talked about it, and I would love to get Jenny Tyson out to a conference, man. People are like, how could you do more than one Enochian conference? You'll cover everything in one go. It's like, oh my God, can't even get all the people in one go. Are you kidding me? You know, I want to build this thing up to large enough that we can have like everyone there.
I've had misconceptions for almost like 10 years, and I'm barely scratching the surface. So if it takes 10 years to get the misconceptions out, I mean, you've got like a good like 100 to 200 years. Yeah.
I mean, like, because I'm, you know, you have to always keep studying, because a lot of what I know today, I know not because of what I learned in the 90s or 2000s, but because of what I learned in the last 10 years, constantly studying and learning new things and updating. And we get new manuscripts all the time. There's so much new stuff being discovered, not just from Enochian and Grimoire history, but in the Golden Dawn. We're still learning. We're finding documents all the time. People are dying and they leave documents to people who, you know, are scholars, and we get new stuff. We get new. Oh man, we could never have enough conferences to cover all this stuff. Nox Abster, I don't know if we can cover this whole question, but I'm going to throw this to you, brother. What do you guys think about charging planetary hexagrams with Enochian planetary senior names? Well, no, the Enochian planetary, the seniors aren't planetary. The seniors are zodiacal. So that answers your question. In the case of Jupiter, charge the fire hexagram with, yeah, I mean, that's very Stenwickian. And so play around with that. You know, he's kind of creating his own thing, but it is still compatible with the rest of Enochian. But like, I would always ask myself, like, it sounds like you might be overcomplicating things a lot, actually. Like, maybe why do you want to do this, Nox? Like, what's the goal? And ask yourself, like, is there just a shorter path to this? Because I'd say it sounds like there's a shorter path to what you want to achieve, unless your goal is to actually explore this complex, not a complexification of the system, because that's not fair to Stenwick's work, but like this, expansion. It's an expansion of Enochian with modern magic into new areas. And so he's exploring a lot of things. And if you're using his thing, rely on his teachings, and you can talk to him. He has plenty of time for people. If you're not a total, you know, yeah. Anything to say on that?
Stenwick's stuff is really good. I usually have the very limited knowledge of Enochian that I have, that EnochiaCon section where he's teaching about how to make the Enochian cacodiamonds get you infinite wealth, right? That was something I literally tried to ask about when I found out those were a thing, and no one could give me an answer. If it works even a tenth of how it's described, I wish I was there. I will pay money if it is if there is a VOD of it. So yeah,
we'll see what happens. We'll see
Hopefully.
what happens. Just go sign up for EnochiaCon, join the Arkane Research Society today. You won't regret it. So this was a big one. I mean, do you have 2 more hours?
Yeah. If you let me do bathroom break, sure. Yeah.
Sure. So he's actually started following me on. He subbed to my YouTube and followed me on Instagram and started talking to me. And I was like, "Do you know who I am?" And he basically, I didn't really say that, but it's like he doesn't know who I am. And I'm like, "Dude, I've been so harsh on your work." Like, he's like, "Well, we could do a podcast." I'm like, "Okay." Like, oh God, obviously I don't have anything personally against him, nor that's why I had nothing against you. It's just like, yeah, let's talk about this stuff. It's way more interesting when you disagree with people. Dear Lord. That's why we've had more viewers active from the beginning of this till now than I've ever had before for this long a stream, and they're still here. So like, clearly, yeah, the fact that this is good.
Bullet point.
This is the video of yours. You did a video on him. And this is the one I didn't have time before we started to do.
Okay,
I had to have a shower.
That video
get all pretty
is
for
me.
You.
So that video is like 20% review, 80% self-reflection of going through that class. This book. It's. Do I agree with everything he says? Absolutely fucking not. Do I agree with anything 1000 or 100% that any occultist says? No, and if that is the case, I don't trust you because something is wrong. We should not be agreeing on everything. I think that's a rule that I've said to people in the occult. If you're learning in the occult and you agree with somebody 100% on something, something is wrong. But I think if it's the most from what I've from what I've experienced, it is, and from what I've seen of self-initiation courses, I can't speak to anything else. It is the most get started and get going, right? You can start the practice is the first thing you should do. You can make it good later. That is generally the principle, and that is so I think as a course, it's pretty good. Do I agree with some of the stuff in between the actual practices chapters? Maybe it's hit and miss, but I generally think it's pretty good, unless there's something new comes out, which, to my knowledge, nothing new comparable has come out. You're muted again.
So you like it?
I give it a 6 out of 10.
So it's widely probably the least popular book amongst Golden Dawn people.
I will say my reason for recommending it is because from what I have seen, it is the most effective. I haven't seen any other self-initiation course or like self-initiation book that has the effectiveness of this one in terms of turning you into like a magician. Right.
That's interesting because like I became aware of it because people were giving their whole lives up to practice it and having disastrous results. And they're like, would you look at this and tell me what's wrong? And I was like, God, I was so shocked. I actually bought a physical copy and started going through with a pen and highlighter. And like, I was so just dumbfounded by how he could write such a thing, especially someone who's been trained apparently in a Golden Dawn temple, not a few hours south from where I live. Like the assumption that like the overplaying of the middle pillar makes no sense. The discarding of all the physical initiation requirements to be initiated into the Golden Dawn and telling people that they are anyway by doing middle pillars and by taking adept rituals out of the inner order, which is, you need to go through certain ceremonies to do them. It's like, oh no, just blast yourself with the analysis, which is, again, it's an adept grade sign meant to recreate the experience, aspects of the experiences in the initiation. If you haven't been through the 5-6, then you're doing a very different context. And we talked about how important context is earlier, right? So so I wasn't surprised when I saw that people were like destroying their lives using his book. But of course I reached out to others and said, does anyone have good experience? And some people were like, yeah, I had a good experience. So there's mixed reviews, and that's cool. That's fine. I do look forward to having him on the show, and if he's willing to have me go through his book and be like, what the fuck is this? What's your thinking there? You know, we'll see.
I had a good experience. However, the sheer number of people who have messaged me or asked me about it since I have started on Occult YouTube is astoundingly high. And I will say about 80% of them are asking me about the middle pillar being intense. Because the first thing you do in the neophyte grade is you blitz yourself with that ritual. Like, that is a shock to the system. And the amount of people, I don't think there's a single person who asks me about it that doesn't have some amount of complaint about that ritual. So I will agree with you there. The other thing is, for some reason, some people will misunderstand his instructions and they will make up instructions as they go. That is the other thing I've found. I had one person, not going to name names, they asked me how long the Earth grade was supposed to be. And I was like, what do you mean how long the Earth grade is supposed to be? And he goes, well, my friend told me if you're not seeing results in your mundane life, you're supposed to restart it. And I'm like, no, that is not at all what you're supposed to do. Oh, well, I've done it 3 times. Like, yeah, my pupils dilated exactly like that. No. So that was fun. I was like, no, you should have been like, you should have been on the water grade by now. And he's like, oh, I'm going to have to tell my friend, I'm going to have some stern words with my friend. And it's like, oh no. So yeah, I will say I had good results. I'm slowly but surely realizing and learning that the more I do occult stuff, the less people, the less I am a standard occultist, right? So my results are very much not what other people seem to be getting. So I don't know. But I had no problem.
You actually seem like a standard occultist to me, and I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Honestly, you're a very serious practitioner, which is, in my opinion, the most important thing at all. So this has been a delightful conversation. I'm really glad that you do what you do and I do what I did, and now we get to do it together a bit. Yeah. That's the beauty of the internet, man. Like, dear Lord, the learning accelerates so fast when you are able to have dialogues like these. And I know people watching, that's why so many people are, way more than usual. Because yeah, they're getting a lot out of this, and yeah, there's friction in debating disparate ideas, but that's where the learning happens. That's where the real learning happens, because I change my mind all the time on stuff. I don't do it easily because I always put up the best case I can for what I know, and I tend to go deep with stuff. So, yeah, LTC, man, it's crazy that we've been chatting. Let's see if he actually responded to my last message. We'll see. We'll update people live on the LTC situation. Last message.
I think he unsubscribed from my channel when I said the psychological paradigm was a blind.
Yeah, he's asking about my author. He's discovered my sacred Qliphoth book online. Yeah, he thought that I would want to do the podcast on his channel, and I was like, no, I do it on mine. Like, plus you have tons of subscribers. You don't need more. Like, he's very popular. Yeah. And here is the Golden Dawn. No one has really made an official statement about his book, including me, because we feel it's already been said by one of our elders who recently passed. And so here, I'll put it on screen so everyone can just see it. This is the representative opinion of the Golden Dawn tradition on the Kabbalah magic and the great work of transformation. And again, this is not a personal attack. This is by one of the guys who many of us will not surpass this man's level of knowledge about the traditional system. And he did it in a traditional way, even more traditional than me. But again, he wouldn't have been like a purist, because that idea doesn't even make sense when you're talking about this stuff. Even in deep purism, we're saying it with quotation marks, right? If you see, like,
I'm ready for how bad this quote's going to be now.
There's been purists who started Enochian magic using a Hello Kitty altar. So, you know. Oh yeah. Turns out if you're a magician, you can make anything work. So this is Samuel Scarborough. His comment when someone praised the LTC book on the Golden Dawn forum, Hermetic or the Golden Dawn. He says, I can't actually see the bottom of the comment, so maybe if I enlarge the screen, I can. Nope, still can't. Just 1 second. I'm gonna grab it on the other screen. You guys can start reading it, right? All right. It says, while there are good books on self-initiation, obviously he's referencing the Cicero's Green Book, particularly in connecting to the Golden Dawn current, they do not take the place of actual physical initiation into an active and connected group with a competent initiatory corps of officers. Obviously, that goes without saying. That's not new, and everyone knows that by now, but this is from 7 years ago. While these books are good for beginning the learning process, they are not all of what takes within the Golden Dawn context. Also, in many cases, a person will have to unlearn habits acquired from the material in these books when working with particular groups, especially those that have a more traditional outlook and utilize more of the traditional materials of the Golden Dawn tradition. These are often not fully published or have never been published. The two largest drawbacks to using only these books for what is Golden Dawn work is that a person never experiences the full effect of the ceremonials themselves and the collected body of experience in the material from a senior members and adepts within the group. Just a couple of things to consider. So he's actually a lot more generous than I have been.
Yeah. As somebody who has worked out of this book, if you say that you're, I don't know anyone who has worked out of these books that say like, oh yes, I'm initiated into the Golden Dawn through self-initiation, right? That is not at all what anyone says, in my understanding. And if that is what people are saying, I would genuinely raise like several eyebrows.
So I've known guys that like gave up everything in their lives to do this because he promises powers and success afterward, and they ended up bankrupt and having to move in with their parents and losing their relationship because they took it. Now, sure, we definitely need to blame the people themselves for believing too much hype. But also there is something to be said about authors overhyping their claims, especially when you change like the Golden Dawn system. Like he changed it so much. Who's ever worked it that way? He's been through the actual Golden Dawn system, apparently. So then he's presenting a fabricated new approach to initiation and magic that hasn't been tested. Seems to have worked well for some people, for others, disastrous. So I don't know what the deal is there, but I'm curious to explore it more with him. And KS Moon, you said something about blinds. There's no blinds in Golden Dawn material because it was never meant to be public, so they didn't put in blinds.
No, I said I think he unsubscribed from my channel after I said the psychological paradigm of magic is a blind.
Well, yeah. I like that.
I'm fully of that opinion, by the way. That's a hill I will die on.
But it's a helpful blind, because if you still do everything right and then things actually happen, you'll be like, oh, I guess it's more than that.
It's a good onboard.
And if that's all it ever is for you, then that's probably all you can handle. All right, we went through all the starred questions. Awesome. I'll just scroll up quickly and see if there's any we missed, because we're coming up to 4 hours here. Knox says you can do GDAA rituals, but that doesn't make you an initiate of the orders, but you can gain benefits. Yeah, no, you can still use these systems to become an initiate and become an adept in the Hermetic tradition, because the Hermetic tradition goes back to 1800 years at least, and it's a very real thing. And the GD and the AA rituals, I wouldn't mix those two together. But it's all Hermetic in a sense.
Just because
as much as anything is.
Just because you're not experiencing the full GD doesn't mean you're not experiencing something.
Exactly, which is why these I teach self-initiates. I mean, yeah, it's great.
Yep.
It's wonderful. Like, they're getting a better experience working with me than they would out of working with maybe most temples, I dare say. And I'm not trying to dissuade people from working with temples. I've spent my career promoting people to join temples, so everyone knows that. But like, yeah, there's a lot to be said about who's teaching you and how they're teaching you and how much work you're putting into it. Like, I never wanted to join the Golden Dawn. I just wanted to join a serious magical group, and I got lucky.
I just didn't want to become a Thelemite.
Oh, someone asked what your thoughts on Lady Babylon are, or something like that.
I am not a Thelemite. What does it matter?
I know, right?
There you go. That's
it
my thoughts.
Whatever people of that religion want it to mean. I didn't say mustard, so I'm just going through the comments to see if there's anything I sort of worth replying to. Yeah, well, this has been fun, and it wasn't nearly as brutal and bloody as many hoped.
Yeah, I will say, the one thing I will say is part of the issue that you'll see if you watch my content is that if I cannot get myself excited about a topic, right, for more than 3 minutes, the recording is scrapped, right? Because if I can't feel excited to talk about it for more than 3 minutes, why should other people feel excited to listen about it, right?
Absolutely.
So now the problem with that is also, for the astrology people out there, I have Mars in Virgo trine Mercury in Taurus. The astrologers out there are like turning the gears. So I'll often misspeak. I will misspeak on some things, right? And that does happen. It just happens when I'm like going on a roll. Do we have another 2 hours to answer this question?
The question from Brett is, what are your thoughts on AI and magic? And yes, I do have another 2 hours. I have a full joint's worth of time.
All right. So here's the thing. I use AI in my thumbnails, right? Just because, and people love
it. Saved me so much time. I can live stream and make everyone happy and joyful in their lives.
And people have decided to turn it into a moral issue to the point where I'm just banning people who talk about it in the comments now, right?
Oh man, no one even mentions it in my world. No one mentions it at all. Probably because like a lot of people like me have like been so brutal about so many things. They're like, yeah, we know he's just he won't give a fuck. That's why you gotta not give a fuck. That's why I like your attitude, even when you're saying things boldly but wrongly. It's like, well, at least he just doesn't give a fuck. At least he's saying, blah blah, but fuck the SRP, fuck it. It's like,
yeah, no,
it's kind of awesome, man. That's why we're talking.
Yeah, I mean, if you're scared of Enochian, don't fucking bother with it. Fucking. Why are you?
I really find Enochian to be dangerous, but I've been practicing the SRP. It's like I'm doing the facial expressions for both of us,
man. Like, fucking. Yeah.
So AI, I mean thumbnails, whatever, help editing videos or stuff. I think that the most important, obviously, AI has nothing to do with magic, and you can't really do magic with AI. That's my opinion, because magic is the result of your nous and your soul connecting to your daimon through which you do this stuff. We do it through our higher consciousness, not through our lower consciousness. And AI is below bottom consciousness. It's machine consciousness. It's not actually consciousness. There is no consciousness there. So listen to Scott Stenwick on this stuff, because he's an actual high level tech guy who really understands this. He's a great guy to talk to as well, because he understands like all the history of psychic testing, scientifically done, and all of that, in the ways even that like academics ban him from commenting on major academic channels on YouTube because they don't like the fact that he can actually debate them. I won't say more than that, but it's a huge thing and no one talks about it. So that's weird. That's weird, right?
The best
I wish
use
I
of
could say
AI, the best use of AI in the occult is to train it on which books have what in them, and then have it cite its sources so it can give you the books that you should be looking into instead of going through and asking it to write you a ritual. Now, can you get those rituals to work? Yeah. Is chaos magic to blame for that? Partially. But should you be using AI in your rituals? Should you be asking, like, ChatGPT, which angel is the angel of Chokmah? I actually asked this. It said Raphael. Anyone who knows about the archangel listing will know that Raphael is not the archangel of Chokmah.
For blaming, we need to stop blaming chaos magic for when humans just enact magical effects, right? We need to just blame the existence of magic on that. Right? Like, magic is real. That's why magic works, not because of chaos magic.
Yeah, but it's more fun to have a scapegoat.
I love it too, but you know,
Yeah.
I'm friends with like serious chaos magicians, and when they talk about it, it's I imagine it's like people who know, like what you know about the GD hearing me talk, right? It's like, oh, I haven't thought about this as much as I thought. You know, like there's some things I haven't read yet. Maybe I need to, like, you know, when I talk to my IoT friends, I'm like, yeah, I shouldn't ever shit on chaos magic after talking to them for 5 minutes about a single
IoT. I say is IoT in my mind completely different. IoT
is a very cut above,
like, you know,
grocery
we'll store
IoT
take
people
versus
at EnochiaCon.
Man,
it'll be great. Well, actually, I'm doing an event, you know, next June. You guys can join. You should join. You got the inheritance and all that.
I've got a bunch of stuff.
So any other thoughts on AI magic? We can't spend 4 hours on this because I've got to wake up at 7 a.m. But AI, you don't use AI to do magic. Don't use AI to replace anything that has a cognitive load. You don't want to let your neurons disintegrate within hours of using AI to replace cognitive load. It happens. Do the research, Google it, you'll find out. Don't Google it. Use AI to find out why AI diminishes neuron functioning within hours and days of replacing cognitive load with AI function.
There's a whole bunch of studies about when you can use a tool to do something, your brain offloads it, and you stop using that part of your brain. Don't use AI in your creative magic.
Like our pinky toes on our feet. Exactly. We don't use them, so they're going away.
Yeah.
So moving on from AI. Yeah, Scott Stenwick is like not at all worried about AI, and he was explaining it to me offline before the last pod we did. Oh my God, I love him. And I was like, oh, I feel so much better now. I mean, I'm still don't feel great about the future, but you know, he was able to explain some things in ways that the hype online and in the news just doesn't give us.
I think it's a dead end, personally.
Yeah. Well, it's a dead end that still might wipe us out, right? Or allow crazy people in a basement somewhere to make a disease that kills everyone.
I mean, you can still drive
or everyone of a certain group, you know.
Yeah. So
Gridless says, I thought Moina Mathers helped translate. Moina didn't really. She was Jewish, but I don't believe she actually knew Hebrew, if I recall. She certainly didn't help with Hebrew translation, as far as I know, because I know who did help with Hebrew translation. I believe that was Woodford mainly. I believe Woodford, one of the founders, but who died early, as he was the supreme magus of the SRA. And I believe he was the main Hebrew expert. And then there was another Hebrew expert. So there were some people that knew Hebrew well enough to steer them in the right direction. Occultology says the best part about being Frater RC's friend is you find out that everything you understand about the occult is wrong.
Fucking true.
Thank you. I guess not really. No, I hang out with the right people. I buy the new books, and
the problem is he hangs out with all the scholars, and I've been hanging out with only engineers, so he knows all the stuff I don't.
I started young, and then COVID forced me to turn it into a full-time job. I would have loved to stay just working at churches in the States, but such is life. Now I am a talking head. Watch me, Bob. Bobblehead RC.
Yep, Bobblehead RC.
See if there was any new comments while we were jibber jabbering. Getting late, me guys. Yeah, it's late. We're wrapping up here. Thanks everyone for being here. Double check it. Like and subscribe to both our channels. Go give lots of likes. Yeah, KS Moon says I tried for fun to get Chat GBT to do a version of the LBRP's Pokemon LBRP. They couldn't even get AI's got a ways to go. And I look forward to Golden Dawn movies with whatever actors we want to be in them. Right? Imagine someone just pumps out a script with like visual aids, and then you can choose your own actors, and then they play you that movie. That's coming so soon, and you'll put on contacts, and you'll be in the movie with
VR headsets.
GD people. Oh yeah, well they've got the sunglasses, and my buddy told me 12 years ago, one of my tech buddies, who got his startup funded by Cuban, right? So he's like texting with these people while we're on a camping trip doing shrooms. He's like, yeah, the next stage of the contacts is starting. I'm like, and this was years ago. We don't have the contact augmented reality yet, but they've been in development for ages. So we'll have them. When we have them, we'll have them, and we'll all have them, and we'll all be interfacing. And then you don't have to visualize anymore. You can just use the app to draw all the stuff for you, and then you become a shell of a being and die and dissolve into nothingness because you have lost the spirit. Good night. All right. We had a great show, over 4 hours. It's been a while since we did that with an interview guest. Thank you, man, so much for coming on. Where are you in the world, by the way? You mentioned it earlier, but I forgot.
I am in upstate New York.
That's right. You said New York, but I didn't know. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it is currently midnight here, or a little bit after.
Partook of the Hobbit's leaf, but
Yes.
It's okay. We had a great time. Are you glad you came on?
Yeah, no, it was great. I'm happy that I'm glad. I generally am pretty glad when people get to hold me to task and be like, you're fucking wrong about things, and it's like, yay, I get to actually be the amateur. But it's just one of those things of like, I prefer when I get actual people who can actually teach me things, and not just you're wrong because X, Y, and Z moral reason. No, it's like an actual, like, here's your fucking problems. Your like scholarly research is wrong. And it's like, well, I'm not a scholar, but I am glad I can learn more. So yeah.
Well, I hope you always keep the name Amateur Magus, because it's actually a great name. Because if you're an adept and you're doing it right, and anyone who's done the Abramelin generally is considered an adept, by the way, in general. It's a fair thing to say, but adepthood is really about what are you adept in. The question is, do you know something deeply, and do you have it? Are you living it? Are you experiencing it? Are you sharing it? Right? These titles, that's why we don't say master, because it's like, who cares? And titles don't really mean anything. But the fact, it's the beginner's mind, the mind of the neophyte. You always want to have. If you meet an adept who doesn't have the mind of a neophyte, run. And so we all want to be. We should all strive to be amateur magi.
It's part of the reason I started learning talismans, because I didn't know about it, and there was no good resources, and I'm like, oh, I'm going to learn about this, and then I started learning. So, and
then we become the Borg living in the cube, apparently, according to this viewer's comment. Thank you, Gridless, for everything. Thanks everyone for the super chats. Become a channel member, and stay tuned hit the notification bell, because I'm streaming a lot, but you won't get notified unless you hit the notification bell. No, always the student and the master. Eventually, that's where you want to go. There's definitely things I've mastered. That's a thing you can do. You can master things, but you want to stay the student and not lose the mind of the beginner. And that's what mastery is about, is staying in that mind while practicing at a higher level, right? I may not be a master yet of things like Enochian magic or even the Golden Dawn, I'm just a lowly adept. But, I was a master fencer. I know what that's like. And that's a thing. You can really master that. You can teach Olympians, even if you can't compete with them. You can know enough. You can be a master enough at a young age, even like I was, to teach them things they need to know to win. So you can master things. Don't let that whole hippie culture of like, oh, there's no such thing as a master. No, there are. You know that when you meet them. That's why I hang out with the people I hang out with, you know.
Real
Because
recognizes
they're
real.
fucking masters, man. There's real masters out there. Chop wood, carry water. That is the note to end on. Before enlightenment, chop wood, carry water. After enlightenment, say it, baby.
Chop wood, carry water.
Carry water.
There we go.
All right.
There you go.
And thank you, everybody.
enough to sink it.
It's been a blessing. Any last words, my friend?
Chop wood, carry water. If you master something and you stick with the thing you mastered, that's called stagnation, and that's not healthy for anyone. Subscribe, click the bell. If you can go to EnochiaCon, go to EnochiaCon. I can't. I'm sad.
You can send online.
Which I probably will be doing that. So there
Good.
you go. Yeah.
Good. All right. We'll make it happen.
Hell yeah.
With some final words from the one true Batman.
And he had us. Lights out! Now you want to get nuts? Come on, let's get nuts.
The Arkane Research Society returns to bring esoteric scholarship and practice in 2026 with 2 major events held in Austin, Texas. Register for an annual membership and attend online or in person all of our annual events, including June 13th, our spring workshop, and November 6th through 8th, EnochiaCon, our full esotericism conference. The ARS Spring Workshop features 3 workshops led by Jason Louv, Craig Williams, and Frater RC. Spend a whole day in downtown Austin, Texas, enjoying these hands-on deep dives with experts in their fields. Register today for all live events included with ARS annual membership, Spring Workshop, and EnochiaCon, which features too many amazing presenters to name. Sign up today at arkaneresearchsociety.com.